for startups. So my organization is Choose Paris Region. We are the attractivity agency of the Paris region. We are public funded, and we take charge of the Paris region, which you have here. It's a 12 million inhabitants region. In the center, you have Paris, of course, but you have plenty of different industries that I will describe today for you. So our services basically is dedicated to help you set up a subsidiary when you are ready in the Paris region. We help you in different stages, from discovery to acceleration. It can be connection to the ecosystem, finding a lawyer, an accountant, a banker, of course, but also some partners. The idea is to really ease your setup and in the end, facilitate job creation locally. So we receive more than 1,200 projects every year. So we have a streamlined process to help you find the right partner. So we have a website. This is connect with our selected partners. We have guides that are ready to use for entrepreneurs and startup owners on how to start a business, how to be in the right accelerator, the right incubator. We also have a description of the main R&D hubs of the region and anything you may ask about hiring people and build a team. At personal level, you may also have some question about visa, about how to rent a house, how to have your family with you. So we also take care of this personal level for you. So if you want to stay in touch and have the news about the Paris region and its different opportunities in different fields, clean tech, digital economy, health tech, the creative industries, fintech and space as well, as you are specialized for some of you, please register to the newsletters that we have, and you will receive every 1 or 2 months a list of opportunities and news. So let's dive into the topic today. So why the French ecosystem and why the Paris region for you? So first of all, this is the first economic ecosystem in Europe. So you will see how it's an accelerator for your business, for your growth. First of all, because it's an innovative powerhouse for you with a concentration of Fortune 500 companies that is unique in Europe and the third in the world. We have 24 Fortune 500 HQs concentrated in the Paris region. The number one is Tokyo, the number two is Shanghai. So we are really atop of the concentration of decision centers. In nearly every industries, we have champions, global champions. It's in mobility, it's in materials, it's in telco, any kind of industry is well represented. I'm used to say that the Paris region is a multi-specialized region, as we cover all these industries from fashion and luxury. Everybody think about this when they think about Paris. But not only we are the first aerospace region in France, we have such a concentration of health tech competences and infrastructure that really we have a leadership. AI is one of the strategic sector of the Paris region, with quantum technology as well. So to name just a few. Of course, if you look from India at this ecosystem, it will be complicated and you don't know where to look at. So we are the contact point, the one-stop shop for you to choose easily the right area, the right ecosystem in which you can plug in This map, for instance, try to simplify where to locate a business. It can be maybe a deep tech ecosystem that you are looking for. So I would recommend you to go to Paris-Saclay, southwest of Paris, where you have the most innovative the innovation campus with big universities. I will describe it. Everyone owning a startup is obsessed by talent. I'm sure you are. So when you come to France, you have access to excellent talent, and Paris region is concentrating a quarter of the whole French student population. So this is not only in quantity, but in quality. We have the best engineering schools, world-renowned engineering schools in different skills, but also management schools. And I'm sure that many of you know HEC Paris, because this is really a big connection with the Indian ecosystem. The alumni from HEC Paris coming from India is really, really impressive. So Paris region holds a very well-trained population. That's due to the concentration of talents, of course, but also to the concentration of schools. So 69 grandes écoles, which means elite school. But it's also an innovation powerhouse because it concentrates a lot of research facility. 1,200 research labs, both private, half-half private and public, and more than 20 billion euros spent into research and development every year only in the Paris region. That's approximately 40% of the French expense in research. So we are really a concentrated country. This research, once again, is with different areas specialized around Paris. And if you are in sustainability, if you want to be close to a smart city cluster, I will recommend you to be on the eastern part of Paris. It's near Disneyland, but nothing about the smart city here. It's an area where there has been many experimentation leading to new urban architecture. This very centralized region, once again, is also well structured. If you want to get connected to a partner to create a collaborative project, you can rely on one of the clusters that organize this ecosystem into different specialties. We have 8 different clusters that come from aerospace to digital, and also through cosmetic and fintech and health tech, you name it. We cover once again all the industries. This ecosystem is also, I would say, looking back to history, is an elite ecosystem with a huge concentration of Nobel Prizes and Fields Medal, which is the best award in mathematics. It well describes the excellence that we are looking for when you study in France. You need to be excellent at mathematics, and it's a result of this cultural aspect of our education. That's no doubt why some big global players chose to set up their research center, especially in AI, in biotech, and high tech. So they chose to set up their research center in the Paris region. Looking at the startup scene, I'm sure you're looking for more information. So looking from India, 12,000 startups is really little, but for the European ecosystem, it's a unique concentration, and it's a very vibrant ecosystem. We offer to these different startups many locations adapted to their needs, such as incubator, accelerators, and third places. The picture you have here is, who knows what it is? It's a picture of Station F. It's well known as the largest startup campus in the world, with 1,000 startups under the same roof and a very dynamic ecosystem. So Paris region managed to raise 10 billion euros last year for startups. It's about the 3/4 of the whole French fundraising. Now, because I believe that a decision to enter a new ecosystem is, of course, also a personal decision. I would like you to just consider the wealth and the opportunities to boost your career, to consider that you will be welcome as an individual, and you can benefit from the very dynamic job market and the different opportunities also to hire excellent staff. You can offer them, you can offer yourself a very high quality of life with cultural assets. And I'm living in the Paris region, of course, and I benefit from it. It's such a pleasure, and I don't have a lifetime enough to discover all this. It's also a very cosmopolitan region where you will find many foreigners. We welcome international talents really every day, and from students to workers in many fields. Of course, you consider Paris region as a very urban place because you have seen mostly Paris. 75% of the region is covered with forest, lake, and green areas. So you will benefit really from a high quality of life. But also business opportunities, excellent connection to Europe. All the different metropolises of Western Europe are accessible in at least 2 or 3 hours by train, by airplane, so you can also have sustainable process for your company. So many destinations. We are really an international hub for Europe. And the region offers a unique infrastructure for you to rapidly meet your customers, meet your partners, with the best infrastructure of public transport, and it's going to be improved in the coming years with Grand Paris Express, a 35 billion euros investment plan to increase the flexibility of the Paris region in terms of public transport. So I have also other information about capital and so on. I would like to know if there are any questions on the presentation, because I know that time is an issue today. Is there a microphone for the participants? On the top. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, it was an insightful session though.
Thank you.
I wanted to know, do you give any subsidies for startups? Like in India, we have certain kind of subsidies for startups. So under your particular, yeah.
I see. Okay. Yes, we have a very supportive government at every level, from national, regional level. You can benefit from different incentives. That's subsidies when you start the company. At the early stage, you benefit from several tens K euros for the really start of the company. Then you have different incentives at every stage of development of the company until growth and access to capital which is also supported by public institutions. We commonly talk about BPI France, the public bank for investment of the French government. It's the financial arm of the government that really is excellent to talk to startups, to understand their needs, and they have a very wide array of different funding schemes from, as I said, early stage subsidies to growth funding.
Thanks. Can I ask you one more question?
Yes.
And now that you spoke about the subsidies, I also wanted to know the strategy that you have. Is it deep rooted in terms of connecting? See, when you're doing business with especially the EU countries and the other countries, have you thought of all the laws and the governing bodies when it comes to expanding or rather scaling up the business?
What do you mean? Is it
deep
unified?
rooted? Like while you must have strategized your program, have you considered all the angles in terms of scalability of an entrepreneur when he is scaling up his business? Like for example, I start a startup in Paris, and I want to possibly have a client in Africa or maybe some other country. So there are different norms.
Okay.
So have you gone deep inside strategizing those governing laws that we are talking of?
It's maybe linked to the fact that I described the Paris region as a hub to access European market and also Northern Africa, in your case, to answer your question. So laws at European level and regulation are unified. That's a big advantage.
Okay.
Is it another topic?
Well, I'll talk to you one-on-one.
Okay, yeah, why not? Okay, one-on-one.
No, sorry, go ahead. No, I just wanted to add
On your right?
No, sorry, I just wanted to add that we can connect with some experts who also have this expertise for you to grow your company outside of Europe. And we have this platform.
Connect with experts, and we know who can answer specific questions. We try to give you the first level of information, and we find the experts afterwards.
So we still have an integrated.
But let's talk one-on-one. Okay. Maybe on this and okay.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the taxation.
Yes.
So, considering Europe, the most popular point of entry is Amsterdam, given that they give 5% flat for 5 years. Singapore gives 4% flat for 5 years. So what is the entry level for startups, and what is the concession do we get for how many years?
Excellent question. First of all, I imagine that you have some cliché about the French fiscality. So let me just tackle some cliché about that. So in the last 5 years, so 6-7 years, we have seen a drop of the fiscality from 28 to 25. That's a first answer to say that France is conscious that the fiscality was too high. Now it's the same as average in Europe. We don't have the same thing as what you noted from Netherlands or Singapore. No, we don't. But as an innovative company, you can benefit from a zero charge for 7 years if you manage to prove that you have at least 15% of your expenses in R&D. I think that is possible for all of you. We are at VivaTech. This is common. So 15% of your expenses in R&D, and you benefit for the 7 first years of a zero charge scheme. I think that answers your question, but it's specific. It's not for every business, for innovative business. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent presentation. I just wanted to have 2 questions. One is, during the incubation period, what type of arrangement have been there for technical hand-holding of the startup? Not
during incubation, what?
technically, how you handhold during the incubation period to the startup, and second is once the product commercialize the product, how you connect with the market or industry.
So we are not in charge of your business development. This is you are the best to sell your product and find the partners. We will help you identify them. Okay, that's to just specify our limits and mission. Concerning incubation, this is done in one of the 250 different accelerators and incubators. Imagine how wide is the choice, and you can select the incubation program that fits to your needs in aerospace, in food tech, whatever. You have a specific incubation program that will, of course, accelerate in your sector more properly than a generalist one. Even if generalist incubator also exists, but I'm sure you can find the right place to have yes, partners who understand your needs and really help you. We once again are here to help you navigate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm at your disposal for further questions, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. So our next session is a panel discussion focused on India's journey in the space technology. For the same, I would like to welcome Mr. Rajiv Jyoti, Director in Space, on stage, Mr. Tushar Fadnis, Counselor, Indian Space Research Organization, and Mr. Rohan M., CEO, Bellatrix.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session on space. The theme of this session is Exploring New Frontiers, India's Journey in Space Technology. So as it was introduced, I am Tushar Fadnis. I am Counselor Space at the Indian Embassy in Paris. As the theme suggests, what we'll be doing here is talk about India's journey in outer space, some of the recent developments, and more importantly, what is in store for the future. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce our speakers. To my left is Mr. Rajiv Jyoti, the Director Technical of Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center, what we call as InSpace. Before taking up this assignment, he was Associate Director at the Satellite Application Center of ISRO, where he has spent more than 35 years, and his domain of expertise is development of space-borne microwave systems, including antenna systems for communications, navigation, and microwave remote sensing payloads. We also have Mr. Rohan Ganapati. He's the co-founder and CEO of Bellatrix Aerospace. And Bellatrix Aerospace is an Indian space company specializing in new age technologies for in-space mobility, offering electric propulsion and green propulsion systems, and also working on orbital transfer vehicles. So before we begin, I would just like to set the context. So the decision makers and the scientific thinkers in India realized the importance of space technology for national development quite early. And India had its space program sanctioned in 1960s itself. And it was despite the many challenges what the country was facing at that point of time. But our founding fathers were of the space program were convinced that if India has to play a meaningful role nationally and in the Community of Nations, we should be second to none in the application of advanced technologies for the benefit of, for solving the real problems of the man and society. So with this, the Indian space program started, and right from its beginning, the focus was on application of space technology for the benefit of common man and for national development. And for this, the National Space Agency, ISRO, that is Indian Space Research Organization, it developed end-to-end capabilities, right from developing its own launchers, its own satellite fleets. We have our own spaceport and a host of applications. Then at certain point of time, to cater to the scientific requirements of our scientific community, we also embarked on many exploration programs, and some of them were very iconic, like Chandrayaan or Mars orbiter missions. And the next big step came in the year 2020, when the space was opened for private participation, basically to unlock the potential of the private space sector in India. And after that, we are seeing a flurry of activities, and we'll be discussing more about it. So having set this context, I would first invite Mr. Rajiv Jyoti to give us an overview of the Indian space journey, some major achievements, and the recent developments post the space reforms in India.
Thank you, Tushar. I'll make a small presentation. So I will be making a small presentation where I'm talking about how the Indian space journey has started over the last 6 decades, and then what is the current and future which is stored for the young entrepreneurs and new space sectors, that is the startups. So if you see, the Indian journey started well back in 1962-63 with the mind that a lot of applications will be there for the space objects. So one of them was, we started with the connecting all the villages, making sure that all the communications and the ground segment is available. And then we developed our own national program over the years. And later we also had started showing as one of the first 5 spacefaring nations. India is right now placed, wherein we have our own space transport systems, we have our own navigation system, communication systems, we have our own human space program, and we also are having a science missions. And the current, which is the highlight of the next year, is the NASA ISRO STAR, which was work on an equal partnership. So I'll just, in India, the ISRO is one of the leading player in the space, building a space ecosystem all across the country, where we talk about so many missions which have been launched by the Indian launcher, as well as by the foreign satellites which have been launched by the Indian launchers. And we have our own satellites, and which are built and designed and built by Indian Space Agency. Now, all the journey, the whatever space national program talks about is about the technology applications. Whether we talk about the navigation, we talk about communication, whether we talk about the urban planning, the societal application, whether it talks about the governance, all those things, whether for disaster, all the satellites and technology are built for that. And we have a constellation of satellites which are there for the Earth observation or for the communication, or whether you talk about synthetic aperture radar, optical payloads, all those are built by the ISRO system. And one of the application is cyclone prediction, cyclone tracking, and making sure that where the landfall is being accurate. And this is one of the most reliable global source for not only for India but also for the globally for all the nations. Now the NASA ISRO dual band SAR is going to be launched next year. It's again for the science mission and is built in an equal partnership and with the L band and S band SAR, with the one from ISRO, which is the S band SAR, and L band SAR is built by NASA, JPL, and is going to work in tandem in 2024 for our again climate science studies. And then we also have recently launched our regional navigation satellite, which is going to give 9 satellites in the orbit, and we'll be talking about the new L1 band, L1, L5 and S band. 3 bands are there now. Then this is a new era which is going to open many-fold applications for the societal application. Then we have constellation of satellites, whether we talk about communication, nearly 24 communication satellites are there for high throughput satellites for KU to Ka band to C band, and even for the optical communication. And we have multiple variants, launch vehicles, which talks about the small satellites which is weighing something like 20 to 30 kg to some 2 ton and 4 ton kg to payloads, which is regularly. This year we have slated something like 12 missions in this year, so that we can take care of not only our national requirement but for the non-government or commercial launches. Now, the last one is the HSP, the Human Space Program, Gaganyaan, which is also slated to be there another right this year. It will be there in the news in terms of its test, which is required with mandatory requirements are there for making sure that we have a safe human flight. And then we also have a ISRO science program. So, which is upcoming is Chandrayaan 3 this year, next month. And then we have Aditya, which is more for understanding the solar atmosphere in terms of solar winds and magnetic storms. And then Exposat for our X-ray polarimetry satellites. Now, all this is a good journey. You can say that all kudos goes to the Indian space fraternity, that research organization. But the government is now has opened all the doors for the non-government entities by creating 2 things. One is the InSpace, the Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center. Other one is an NCIL as a commercial arm of the ISRO. Now, there are other things very important which is the Indian space policy, which encourages all the private players, not only the startups, medium, small companies, and the higher commercial, so that they can venture into the space. And also the foreign direct investment is being enabled, which is in the final shape, is going to be announced very soon. Now, what does the space policy says? The space policy talks about that there is no restrictions of anybody, any startup or any private company to build the rocket or satellite in the country or their own launch pads. They can own the satellites. They can go for their own creating infrastructures in the ISRO premises, even utilizing the ISRO structures for their own consumptions. And we know that any startup or any incubation period, the companies need a lot of hand-holding. So in terms of that, all the facilities, whether it is in terms of CapEx or in terms of technology, which is required for making sure the business succeeds. So all that is going to be enabled through InSpace. And NCIL, which is the commercial of the arm of the Department of Space, will be leading to take care of all the commercial department. Now, InSpace has 4 key roles. One is enabler, promoter, authorizer, and supervisor. So how it talks about? There's a single window interface for all the private entities. Anybody who wants to work in India from a private company has to come on this single one digital platform, which is paperless. You come and get registered there and get into all the support from technical or hand-holding or technical facilities if you require. All the doors of ISRO facilities are open now to all the companies and technology transfers, and it's a single window in terms of coordination with all the departments, whether you need a security clearance or you need any DOT, Department of Telecommunication clearance in terms of licenses or any other issues, whether it's talk about, it is a single interface. And then we are ensuring that to succeed for the success of the incubation, that during that period, the capacity has to be built up in the country. So this all is being taken care by the single InSpace agency. And what are the key takeaways? Please note that ISRO standard facilities are available as per I know that many of the facilities cannot be put only by the startups, so they all are available, pay per use. You can come and start use and no MOUs, simply come and use and pay and do your job. And then all the technology transfer, the mentoring, the consultancies, the technical reviews, the resident experts are available, which will be giving a support in terms of hand-holding. And for the next 3 years, the price support is being provided by the InSpace in making sure the burden of the incubation companies are being taken care by the InSpace. And we know that there is going to be very, very big market because of the Indian market size is available, and we have a lot of competitiveness in terms of the quality standards. So to be a global competitive, your global standards are available. We are even providing funding and for making sure that your commercial product goes into a market. So the manufacturing hubs and all those access to the market is also being enabled. And these are the various 4 emerging areas. If you see total space business, 60 to 70% comes through the application. So that is another big area, apart from those ground services and the launch services and manufacturing. So this started in 2022. These are the opportunities which are available to the private companies. Now, the most important is in the space business is that your cost of the business has to be reduced. So how it can be done? So it is one design centers are available now which contain all the ISRO softwares which can be used by any startup on a per hour basis, and they can be use those resources on a high computing surface networks, and all the vibration test facilities which are required for simulating space thermovac conditions or for any development lab, all facilities are available. And with this, what has happened is that in the last 2 years, there is a big jump in terms of the number of startups in India, and the number of applications which has come to InSpace has gone from earlier talking about 47 to under 250, and the investment in the Indian region has come to more than 200%. And to make sure that you can encash this, there many startups have come up, like VivaTech is here right today. We have other Skyroot, Agnicool and Pixel. And this is the 3 new launch vehicles have been built by the private companies who are in their incubation period. Now, Skyroot has already developed last year is suborbital flight. Now they are getting ready for their orbital flight this year. In this year we are expecting 2 new launch vehicles, one from Skyroot, another from the Agnicool. Agnicool is also allowed to build its own space launch pad. So they have built their own launch pad in the premises of the Department of Space, and they are able to launch their own launcher during this August of this year. And then there are other which are there in pipeline. Similarly, the many private companies are building their satellites in India. One of them, the Satshraya, Register, these are all familiar names, and they are building from Earth observation constellation satellites. And then I'll go to the next slide. So what are the other opportunities? There can be built a joint satellite missions, payloads, joint experiments can be done because the platforms are given at a very subsidized rate to launch your experiments before you put into your own satellites or payloads. The experiments can be built and the platform is available to launch through our own launch vehicle. Then the ground stations and data sharing, and there is a large capacity is being built up in terms of large domestic market and high number of young entrepreneurs, young students which are engineering. The STEM graduates are available and low labor cost. Now, even the foreign direct investment in the country is being enabled for all the verticals all across spectrum, whether you talk about manufacturing, whether data dissemination, data products, ground segments, or you talk about launch vehicle or manufacturing satellites. This is shows the growing private sector participation. Currently, we have on one side startups are coming up in the space industry, along with the PSUs and large caps and mid-cap companies. And India is emerging as a high potential market for the global companies. All companies are venturing into the Indian region for making sure that they are able to provide the services and to make sure that they are able to utilize the large market in India. And advantage in flourishing the space sector in the Indian region is that we have now a two-fold increase in the policies. One is the policy from the Indian state policy, and another is the Indian government policy, which are making sure that all the arrangements are being enabled for the startups, and many things can be done by your innovative ideas, your novel ideas can be converted into a commercial product through this Indian space policy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kunal.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Jyoti, for an excellent presentation. He has, I think, given a lot of food for thought. At this point of time, I just like to bring in Rohan into the discussion. So, Rohan, you also you are witnessing the transition, what is happening in India. So, we'll talk about your specific journey of Bellatrix probably a little later. But before that, I was just wanting to know your first thoughts on the space reforms, what is now unfolding in India.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So before talking about the space reforms, I just want to add one point, and what we must be proud of is that our Indian space program is the only one globally which didn't start out of a defense program, right? So in India, it's the other way. So that being said, presently this reforms was much needed. It acted as a catalyst. So when we started working in 2015, so there was not much visibility globally. So space is a global business, right? So it's not corner to any boundaries. So there are no boundaries visible when you see from space. So in order to really be a global company, you really needed a catalyst. So ISRO per se didn't have a mechanism of how to enable this particular thing. But now with in-space coming up, and and also the recent new space policy, and as well as the foreign direct investment coming in, all thanks to this. So you see a trend in brain drain getting reversed. So we have students who approach from abroad, who did their masters, trying to come back to India. The reason is because they now see an opportunity to work with. So it's that I'm putting it the other way. It's not that how you grow as a company. To grow as a company, you need talent. And now with these reforms, the major boost what we saw is those talent are wanting to come back and to get it into this industry. So that's a major takeaway. Second, investor confidence was before 2018 zero. So we are the first private space company in India with VC investment, first to get in a VC investment. So before that, it was the confidence was zero because it's a long gestation period game. Who will handhold you? So all these questions were unanswered. So after this particular reforms, so you have these answers open in the public, and there are a lot of investors coming today to invest in space company. So when we were there, it took us 4 years to raise an investment. Now within 6 months, if you have a solid business plan, there are people to give you your initial seed funding within India. And also, we are the first space company to get the first FDI approved, which was not possible if not for reforms which both ISRO InSpace has brought in. So now you also see, and we are also an example globally how people are coming in. So it is, it's good that we persevered, and it is good now that there are a lot of other opportunities opening, and you saw in Rajiv sir's presentation, 250 plus applications we have got. So we wonder there are 250 companies which are there in India, when in 2018 there were just 4 of us. So there goes your answer.
Thank you, Ron. It was quite interesting. You mentioned about reverse brain drain. It's quite interesting. Now, again, Dr. Raju Jyoti, you in your presentation, you mentioned about the role of InSpace as an enabler, as a promoter. You mentioned about various schemes what InSpace is trying to promote private space sector. I wanted your views on public-private partnerships in space sector.
Yeah, one of the example is that in terms of any company who needs business which needs less capex, which will be there in the data, the applications. That doesn't, there is a most less risky. So there the data which is available from the Indian Space Research Organization, all the constellation of satellite, the current data, the data which is already archived and which is going to come in the future is all available through a single platform. And also the satellites which are built by the private companies, also those satellite data, we are also making sure that data is enabled in the same platform so that we are able to give some lot of innovation from those data to generate data products. So that is one area. Apart from this, there can be a ground services which are currently available by the Indian Space Research Organization. They all can be utilized for not only for launch support, but also for tracking your own satellites. You don't need to build your own ground station and ground segments. If you are good in payload or satellite development, you use the current infrastructure of the ISRO, which is available, and other part of the globe, if anything is required, that also will be enabled through with the help of Indian Space Research Organization and InSpace.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now coming back to Rohan again. So Rohan, you are mentioning to me that you are accidental entrepreneur, and now you have now Bellatrix features whenever we talk about space ecosystem in India and private space actors. As you would have seen in Mr. Raju Jyoti's presentation also, Bellatrix features, and you have made a name for yourself. So can you take us through your journey, and especially space, as you say, it's not that easy, but you have done it. So till here, so far so good. So take us through your journey, and what are the challenges you faced, and what may be the lessons learned, especially for those who are looking to plunge into this sector.
So the first thing what is required for an entrepreneur who is entering the space domain is to persevere. So this has a long gestation period, this industry, if you're developing technology. It's not like software, you can't bring out a product within a year. So it at least takes minimum of 5 years to bring out a product. And it is also capital intensive industry where you need to plan for large initial capital investment. At the same time, also be future ready. It's not that after 5 years, the product which you debut is already old in terms of tech. So this is the clarity which you need to have before venturing into space. And this is something which I would like to tell to our fellow friends who want to venture into this area. And the same thing goes to us. When we started this journey, it was by accident. We didn't want to become entrepreneurs. Even we didn't know what it was. The idea was to develop an engine which runs on water as a fuel so that you don't have limitation in traveling to the solar system. You know, water is available on Moon, Mars, as well as Jupiter's moons and Saturn's moons. So the thing with spacecraft is you have to carry your fuel to return as well. So if since water is available abundantly elsewhere, so you can really explore the solar system. So it was just an idea, and that led us to meeting Neil Armstrong in the US as well as Dr. Kalam in India. And also we came back with a profound thought that why don't we try to work with ISRO and set up an entity rather than we did that project so that we get into Ivy League universities. I wanted to go to Princeton. Right? But what ended up happening was a chance meeting with Dr. Kalam, then introducing us to ISRO. Then Chairman Kiran Kumar sir was there, and the present Chairman Somnath sir. They told that why don't you set up a platform for yourself? And that's how we became entrepreneurs. It's been an exciting journey, a lot of ups and downs. But yeah, if not for ISRO supporting with the first 1 crore order, which they gave us way back in 2015, we wouldn't be here today. And also we learned how to make things work in space, because you can't send a service person there to repair if something goes wrong. So all this, youth, we are, very passionate. The blood is blood is boiling. So get into the field. Then you get scared because it's not as easy as you thought. So that's where hand-holding and is required, which has recently been brought by both ISRO and InSpace. And on the other hand, that's how we grew. Now from a one product company, we are venturing into multiple products where you give engines to satellites, from nano satellites all the way up to heavy satellites, and a group of just 4 people to 70 plus people today. And now we are looking to logistics in space. So if you want to go to little higher orbits, or if you want to go to multiple different orbits and you don't want to afford all your money into one launch vehicle, so you can avail our space taxi services. So that is how we are setting our goals. And as I previously mentioned, space is a global arena, and we want to make our flag fly high in the global arena.
Yeah, I want to say here that if you see, Tushar, that the products which are needs innovation, that is coming from a young entrepreneurs. Only their need is a hand holding. That's all. And rest all is their ideas which are going to fructify the commercial products and will be changing the game changer for next generation of set.
Very true. So as space, as we know, it has always, it has been a great inspiration, especially for the younger minds, to pull them to STEM careers. So this, I would like to again ask Mr. Rajiv Jyoti. So Indian space program has its own journey, as you have nicely described. So what do you feel is the effect of a national space program on scientific minds of young generation in India?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is this, because everybody knows space, when the launch vehicle goes into the orbit, when it gets launched, it's a lot of excitement among the young students, young engineers, even the rocket scientists also. Now, this journey excites many people. In fact, many of our colleagues, when we were doing our student studies, they were all got motivated to see that which vertical they have to select in their career. Now, when the opportunities are there and the mentorships are being provided by the various stalwarts and leaders of the Indian space research sector, so then definitely this is going to be a game changer. And now when we go to any college or any other university or any other new startups, they are talking about even the patents which they are filing for the companies or the universities which are filing. And making that itself shows that the making that how the land is already fertilized and the policies are in place and the technical know-how and the hand-holding is the only two things which are required because as Rohan told, it's a very risky business and you have to wait, have to have more patience than a commercial products. So I think this, seeing the example of ISRO, the SSLV, one failure, within few months they brought back to a next successful launch. And similarly, the GSLV we brought back to a new player in the launch vehicle. These all give the motivation to the young companies that how the Indians can make sure that they can bring back into their own track. Thank you.
Interesting. Okay, now we'll look at the global scenario. Now, as we know, in recent years there have been a lot of disruptions and a lot of new innovations, and most of them, unlike earlier times which were driven by national space agencies or government sector, nowadays they are more governed by or more driven by, I would say, the private sector. So, Ron, you have now seen we have the space reforms in the country, InSpace is set up. They are trying various ways to promote the Indian space startups. Now, if as an Indian startup, space startup, if you have to set yourself globally, so what do you see, what are the challenges and what are the opportunities?
Okay, to your answer your question, so if you look at reports, it's wide ranging. Some say it's global, it's a $360 billion market. The other company says around $450 billion market. So let us just assume it's a $450 billion market outside. And India contributes only 2% of it, roughly 2% of it. The majority is US and Europe. But if you see the other way, India is a major space power, okay? With all the capabilities inside your land. So why are we still at 2%? Okay, so that is also a very motivating thing. It's just 2%. Let us all play our role to increase it to beyond 2%. At the same time, that is also where we are, challenges are there. Why 2%? So why can't it be higher? So that is how we need to try to address the market. But as I said, there are a lot of, the way I see it is, everything is available inside your country to enable these missions, and we also can be very cost effective compared to globally. And as I said, India being a space power, we are not any less in terms of technology. So, and space being a very collaborative field. If a person, I'm doing a satellite, you're doing a payload, so why don't we join hands together and make a much more cost-effective mission? So that is how we see the global ecosystem as of now. So some of our friends in France, if they're doing a wall, which my thruster would require, we would join hands to ensure that we bring a very cost-effective product into the market. So it's a global industry. We are entering a little late, but we are entering with a mighty, hammer with us, just like Hanuman would, come. So, and our goal is at least by end of this decade, 15% would be a good target if we can meet. And again, as Sir said, majority of the business is in the downstream sector. So space upstream and downstream, now with the policies are there, it's a ripe opportunity for people who are not space entrepreneurs, who are, say, software engineers. They want to do an application for, say, farmers, for example, processing the data. So the space is ripe for everybody, and we should at least aim to capture at least 15% by the end of this decade.
Wonderful. So just to take this discussion forward, so international cooperation has always been one of the features of space activities anywhere, because a lot of problems in space are common for all, and it always makes sense to tackle it together. So earlier this cooperations were mainly on a government-to-government basis or space agency to space agency basis. So I would like to ask Mr. Raju Jyoti. Now you also mentioned about NISAR, you mentioned about some of the cooperations. Now, in this context, to promote like Indian space startups globally, how can international cooperations help? What will be the new directions of international cooperation?
Yeah, I think this is a very important point, that because as space is a more like a global business. So we are also talking to all the space private companies, and we have made a database of all the Indian private companies and startups on our portal, which is of InSpace, which can be connected by any of the company which is sitting outside. And we are also talking to Asia Pacific and the South African Asian countries and their private companies, and bringing them even to that extent that we are pitching for the startups who can be connected to the Australian space private players and or to the Africans. Yesterday only we had a very good session on with the African continent. All those private companies who are working with us in InSpace, they all have an opportunity to get connected with the various other players or the private players, and we are seeing the fruits of this in terms of one of the this Agista company which is working in a space for micro satellites for optical systems. They are already having a collaboration partnership with the BST German. So likewise, there are many companies are coming up for forwarding for an equal partnership with the private to private. So that is being enabled, and we are going to see another quick results, maybe another 12 months to 18 months, more and more joint ventures are going to happen.
Thank you so much. So at this point of time, I would just like to open to the audience if there are any questions.
Yeah.
Hello. I have a question about like collaboration between startups and in this case ISRO, and because like when you talked about software startups, for example, it can be fully private. You operate as a company and then you do your own taxes. But then when it comes to space startups, then there are a lot of approvals that you seek from government. And to be honest, how do you, the problem of bureaucracy, how do you address that? Because, for example, as an young person from India, I would be worried about that. If I want to get into this, that would be like more from technology, away from technology. I'd be worried about the bureaucracy. So, any ideas or any concerns?
You need not be worried about it. Rajiv sir is there.
So, but that's why I jumped here. This is a single window interface. For when you are coming to India, if you any private company wants to start a business, it has to come to InSpace. So, and any approvals which are required is being enabled through this body which is formed recently last year, and we have an interministerial, even the coordination committee, which talks about all the approval at one place. Whether you talk about the Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Home Affairs for security related issues, all those things will be done. Even the licensing from the DPIT or from the Department of Telecommunication. So I don't think that was there before when InSpace was not formed, but now it's a single window, and we are co-traveling with the startup. If they are facing problem, we are trying to see that it gets solved.
Do you also talk about lead times, for example?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have all the standard operating procedures and with the timeline, that what is the minimum timeline for each approval is also being discussed and is getting implemented.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So just wanted to ask a question to Rohan. So Space Tech is a pretty deep venture. So how did you find your co-founder? Was it a dream, or how did you guys make it?
Okay, my co-founder was, okay, we had three of us. One was my family friend Yashas, who's here with me. He didn't want to do anything with space, but his interest was in business and administration, finance. So okay, I can do tech, you take care of other stuff. So that's how we came together. The other two of us are my college juniors who used to pester me a lot. So four of us came together.
Yeah, if there are no further questions, probably it's time to close. And I once again thank our distinguished speakers and all the audience for your interest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. And I thank all of you for the session and participating in the event. The next session that we have is with Abhiraj and Niyati, who are into content creation, who have a page called Abhi and New. They make content related to the landscape in India in terms of say what kind of innovations are there, what kind of system is there, etc. So I hand it over to them to talk about content creation, and I hope you all enjoy the session. Thank you so much.
Raise your hand if you have more than one friend. Can you raise your hand if you have more than one friend? Okay. Keep your hand raised if you have more than 10 friends. Do you have more than 100? Do you have more than 1,000? All right. So nobody in the room has more than 1,000 friends. But let me define what do I mean by a friend. So the simplest definition of a friend is a person who you know and like, and somebody who likes you back. And by that definition, there was a Frenchman who had 600,000 friends. So I'm talking about this guy. He is Napoleon. His peak, he had around 600,000 men at his disposal. So I don't think that he knew the names of each and every individual, but still, I am thinking that these people liked him because many of them did die for him, and he liked them as well, considering the fact that many of them did die for him. So why am I talking about making friends, Napoleon, and death? Because that's what I do for a living. So I am into the business of making friends, expanding my empire, and trying not to die in the process. So I am Abhi, and she is New, and we make videos on the internet. But that's just the boring way of introducing ourselves.
So India, that is Bharat, is a very vibrant country with a lot of different stories, and that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to tell stories about India. We wanted to tell stories about our history, about our culture, and what makes India special. we also wanted to talk about the change makers. For example, Mr. Chewang Norfel, he's a Padma Shri awardee, and he diverted river water in Ladakh and made sure to take care of water security in villages for about 30, 40 years. He's also called the Iceman of India. We also wanted to tell stories about companies that were choosing a sustainable way to grow. For example, there's a company in India called Green Soul. What they do is they collect sneakers and they use the soles and make shoes for students in rural parts of India. So they'll collect those shoes that would have otherwise gone to the landfill, make shoes and give it to school kids, those who can't afford to buy shoes on their own. And we wanted to tell you all of these stories, and that's who we are. We're Abhi and Neo.
So with over 10 million followers across platform and over 2 billion views, our videos reach over 200 million people across the world every single week. We have been featured on Forbes in their 30 under 30 list, and this year GQ called us the most influential people of 2023. But the next few minutes are not about me. It's about this one word. It's opportunity. You see, the numbers that we just casually spoke about a few seconds ago were impossible just 5 years ago.
So around 5 years back, the data costs in India were unimaginable. One single GB of data would cost you 160 rupees, that's $3. Some telecom companies had not even upgraded their data plans. But then there came a company called Reliance, which came out with its telecom arm called Jio, and they came out with this revolutionary plan. They started giving data for free. They said you only have to spend 50 rupees or half a dollar to get registration, and then you would get 2 GB of data every day for free. So from a data cost of $3 for 1 GB to $0.25 per GB, India became the land where internet was the cheapest in the world. And what happened because of this is the internet usage across India exploded. What happened was internet was able to reach 800 million people. People were able to afford the internet, and the data usage per person shot up 116 times. And this was a great opportunity for friend-hungry people like us.
So today, even after being one of the most popular husband-wife duo on the internet from India, we are somewhat a medium-sized creator. You know why? Because of these people. You know, because of this boy. This boy has around 80 million followers, and he amassed all of them just by playing games online. The second guy, he had 2 shows that he produced by himself, and those shows were the most watched shows for 3 weeks in a row in a country like India. And this woman, she starred in a Netflix special of her own, and she stars in many Bollywood movies as well. So the scope of opportunity in the content economy of India is not limited to internet. So let's talk numbers.
So when you talk numbers, Oxford Economics conducted a study of YouTube, and they concluded that YouTube adds $1.2 billion to India's GDP every single year. That's equivalent to 750,000 full-time jobs. They also found out that there are 4,500 channels with more than 1 million subscribers each. And the growth of YouTube in India is not just limited to individual creators, but there are a lot of companies that find themselves on YouTube. So the most subscribed channel in the world is actually an Indian company called T-Series. And the channel that's the second number is, how much is it?
It's written over there.
They're, 73 million subscribers behind. So that's the gap between India's top channel and the other. So a question was asked to all of these companies that YouTube is not your business. So why are you on YouTube? And 80% of the executives replied that being on YouTube and talking about our company or producing content has a positive impact on our business. So they found that producing content was one of the cheapest ways of getting their message across to the internet and to users. And in turn, that had a positive impact on increasing their business, on increasing their turnovers.
Yeah, I'll just highlight one small thing that if you just look at these figures, you'll observe that these are the top 10 channels in the world, top 10 most subscribed channels in the world. And out of these top 10, 3 are from India. These are 3 big companies. That means a lot of companies are adopting the internet or new age digital medium as a supporting factor to their business. So let's move on. In short, all of these companies that we aspire to become are also into the business of making friends, expanding their empire, and trying not to die in the process. So now before we continue, I have a small game for all the people who are here. So this game is called Two Truths and a Lie. So I will flash a creator's name over here. Some of you might know them, some of you may not, but then there will be 3 facts that I will state over here. 2 of them are going to be true, and 1 of them is going to be a lie. So your job is to guess which one is the lie. After reading all these 3 things, I will ask you to raise your hands, then we can have a poll. All right? Okay. So he is Gaurav Chaudhary. And again, out of these 3 statements, I'll read out these statements for you, and 2 of them are true and 1 of them is a lie. The first statement is he owns a Rolls Royce. Second one is that he is the biggest tech creator in the world when it comes to subscribers. And the third one is that he makes 2 videos every single day. So let's go for how many of you think that he does not own a Rolls Royce? Please raise your hand. Okay, 3, 4 people. Okay. How many of you don't think that he is the biggest tech creator in the world? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 people. How many of you don't think that he makes 2 videos every day? All right. And what about the rest of you guys?
They don't want to play your game.
Sorry?
They don't want to play your game.
They don't, no, let's go for it once again. He does not own a Rolls Royce. Raise your hand. Okay. Biggest tech creator in the world. Raise your hand. Okay. Makes 2 videos every day. Raise your hand. All right. So the lie out of this is that he does not make 2 videos every day anymore, but he used to. At one time, he used to actually make 2 videos a day. He is the biggest tech creator in the world when it comes to the subscriber count, and he did buy a Rolls Royce out of his YouTube money. So let's move on to the second creator. Okay. She is Rachna Ranade. She is known as CA Rachna Ranade. The 3 things about her are that, number 1, she runs a podcast about finance. Number 2, she did not know how to make a video 4 years ago. And number 3 is that her husband left his job to help her in making videos. So how many of you think that she does not run a podcast about finance?
I don't know, it's just random.
Okay.
So if you think
Okay,
about
she
it,
thinks
then
that, okay.
So,
Okay, did not know how to make a video 4 years ago. Okay. Her husband left his job and he helps her in making videos. All right. So the first one is a lie. She does not have a podcast about finance. She just has a YouTube channel. But then it is true that her husband actually left his job to help her in making more videos. And she literally did not know how to make a video 4 years ago. Her first video that went viral was just her giving a presentation about how to invest in stock markets. It had absolutely no editing involved. And it was just the way we are recording right now, and it has over 11 million views on YouTube. So that's how she went viral, and then she capitalized on it. Okay, so the next one is our friend Ranveer Alabadia. Okay, don't sit on the fence, even if you think this is an outrageous game. So just raise your hand if you have any opinion about him, okay? So first statement about him is that he is famous for talking about his breakups. The second one is that he runs one of the most popular podcasts on the planet. And the third one is that he used to act in movies. So, okay, the first one, famous for talking about his breakups. How many of you think that this is a lie? Raise your hand, raise your hand. Okay, everybody knows that Beer Biceps is famous for talking about his breakups. That's good. Runs one of the most popular podcasts on the planet. How many of you think that this is a lie? Okay. Used to act in movies. How many? Okay, obviously that's a lie. He does not act in movies.
everybody got
He
that.
acts in real life. Okay. Robin Singh, he is People Farm, makes sustainable vegan products, makes $1 million in profit, and left his high-paying job in US to live with cows. How many of you think that he does not make sustainable vegan products? Everybody. Okay. Makes $1 million in profit. Okay. left his high-paying job in the US to live with cows. I thought the display picture would give it away. Like, he is with a cow in the display picture. Okay, the second one is a lie. It does not make a lot of money. The second one is a lie. All right, the last one. He is Arunab Kumar. He has a channel called The Viral Fever. The first thing about him is that he was rejected by Bollywood. The second one is that made the first web series of India. And the third one is that he won a Filmfare Award for his performance. So which one is a lie? The number one, rejected by Bollywood. How many of you think that he wasn't rejected by Bollywood? Okay. Made his first web series of India. How many of you? Okay. Won a Filmfare Award for his performance. Okay, yeah, that's the lie. He does not act that much. But he did make the first web series of India, shot on a shoestring budget. It was shot in just one apartment, but it was called Permanent Roommates, and that has played a very important part in even our love story, because it was the first web series of India, and we were quite excited about it. All right. So, in short, the whole idea of playing this whole game was that creators, a lot of times people from the outside world have a very limited conception about creators, that usually creators earn money through ad revenue. But that's not all. We have a lot of friends who have over 6 streams of revenue, and we will just go through them one by one. We've already spoken about ad revenue. We'll move on to the second one called brand deals. All right. So, this is the Ahmedabad Cricket Stadium, and at its full capacity, there are 132,000 people that can fit into this one stadium. Now, just to put things in perspective, if you combine 10 of these stadiums, there are over 10,000 creators in India who have a better engagement than what you see over here. So, over 10,000 creators in India have an engagement of 1 million or above. And that's something that brands look out for. Brands are always hungry for numbers. Whenever there is engagement, whenever there are people, brands are interested. So when we talk about the creator economy, a lot of times the creator becomes the product, and that's where agencies come in to help creators pitch their ideas to the brand and get a small cut out of it. So India has the lowest CPMs in the world. CPM is cost per mile. Basically, if you are an advertiser and if you want to put up an ad on YouTube, it is how much money you have to pay to run that ad with 1,000 impressions. So because CPM is low in India, creators in India would earn a lot lesser than what the same creator in some other country would earn. Because for them, the value of each view is more. So for any creator, ad revenue is never enough. And that's why we have to rely on other sources of revenue to keep it sustainable.
Right. So the next one that we're going to talk about is speaking engagements. Just to clarify, both of us haven't gotten paid to come here and talk. But then, yes, creators do get paid to come and talk at different events. As per a survey, when kids were asked, what do you want to be when you grow up, 36% of them said that they wanted to be YouTubers. So this hunger for fame has clearly spread amongst the youth, but it's also something that a lot of grown-ups have, which is why a lot of corporate events, a lot of corporate trainings will call creators to tell their life stories, to share lessons, and to give presentations, and also maybe just entertain the employees. So after Bollywood and cricketers, creators are the third most invited guests for speaking engagements.
The next one is merch. As we are in Paris, we don't need to tell you that Paris is the fashion capital of the world. And now let me share some facts about India's fashion industry. So India's fashion industry is worth 125 billion, and it is one of the most fastest growing industries in India. It is growing at the rate of 12% CAGR. And only 15% of them falls into the organized sector. 85% of it is unorganized. So there is a lot of scope for opportunity. So if we rewind a little bit and go back to the 7th century, cotton and textiles were the most exported products out of India. And now, as we are moving into the future, as there is more autonomy, India is going to get that sector fully fulfilled. So as we always say, Indian middle class is the Indian aspirational class. We always want to belong somewhere, and they will pay a premium price just to be in the same jersey as their favorite cricket team. That's where an area of opportunity opens up for every creator, be it a small creator like us or a big brand. So most of us creators have some sort of merchandise. Now, if you go on YouTube and watch our videos, I'm always there in one red t-shirt. So we make that red t-shirt out of sustainable cotton and use PET plastic bottles. And whatever revenue we earn through that, we use it to fund some projects, fund some environmental projects. A lot of times this data for every individual creator is not available in public domain. But if we look at this case study, this is Mumbai Indians. It is one of the cricket teams that plays in Indian Premier League. That is the EPL equivalent of India in cricket. And in the last financial year, Mumbai Indians had sales of $134 million in merch.
The next way to earn money for creators is to sell online courses. And according to us, a creator can be a good teacher because a creator has their own platform. And the proof of work for that creator is already out there. For example, if you saw somebody else telling you how to grow a YouTube channel, the first thing you'd go is check whether they have subscribers of their own. So once a creator has actually grown, they can actually tell you verifiable strategies that worked for them. And I'm going to give you the example of a YouTuber like this. His name is Ali Abdal. And he's a creator who often talks about productivity, and he also breaks down all of his income streams in detail. So Ali has a very interesting story because he started his YouTube channel while he was doing his medical residency and studying to be a doctor at Cambridge University. And because of the earnings that he got from YouTube, he was able to take a jump into content creation full time. And he has perfected the system of putting out videos and making a YouTube channel profitable. And that's what he teaches in his part-time YouTube Academy. But that's not the interesting part. The interesting part is that his most premium offering costs $5,000. And there are still a lot of takers for it. It gets sold out before the lower tier options get sold out. That's because he has a lot of documentation on how his courses help people, and he provides a lot of value. So that's one of the ways in which creators can earn money. That's online courses. And the next one is retreats. My friend Aleen Tamir hosts retreats all over the world where she handpicks the applicants. And it's usually in one part of the world. They have curated sessions. There'll be a lot of business advice. There'll be a lot of personal advice on how to grow, how to develop your personality, etc. And this is high-ticketed. This is personalized attention. It has a lot of growth involved for all the people. And of course, it's an excellent place to network and learn new things from people all over the world. Another way in which travel content creators are monetizing these days are by having a lot of trips where you can travel with them, travel that is planned by them. For example, our friend Sharanya, she can be found at Truly Nomadly. She does a lot of scuba diving. She's a PADI ambassador. So what she does is she organizes diving trips to Maldives where beginner divers will go to trusted schools where they have good equipment and they follow all the safety rules. And she does these trips so that people can get closer to the ocean. So retreats and travel is another form of creators to earn money.
Okay, so now you know how Indian creators make the money. All the laundry is out there for everybody to see. Let's talk about opportunities. Now we are here today surrounded by people in tech, people in startups, people who are entrepreneurs. How can you be a part of creator economy without being a creator? You know, I have a few ideas. So we already spoke about how agencies are helping creators reach out to brands. So let's not go over there again. Let's talk about other things. Let's talk about incubation. So whenever I ask a question to young creators, what is the biggest challenge that you have, is that they don't know how. So no school is going to teach you how to make the next viral TikTok video. That's the problem, and that's the same problem everywhere in the world. There is no course that teaches you how to be a social media star, how to go viral. But that does not mean that there is no science behind it. I feel like everything else, this is a mixture of art and science. And while the art part of it is difficult to decode, the science part of it can be decoded. And that's where startups can come in. You know, on YouTube, there is this one feature called research. So when you go to that tab, it shows me what my competitors are making videos about, what my audience is interested in. And based on that, I can choose my next topic. What is the likelihood of posting that content at that particular time where my most users are active? If we can harness the power of that data and give better insights, just the way YouTube is doing it, other platforms are not. When I use TikTok, there is absolutely no way to figure out what content goes viral and what not. It's every time I post a content, I have to flip a coin whether that will work or not. Still, even after being in this business for so long, I absolutely have this problem that I cannot put a finger. And when I cannot put a finger on it, I cannot pitch that to brands. So that's a big problem statement that what is the science behind viral content has not been decoded with the help of data. That's where startups can come in. The second one is to build a platform. My friend Nusair Yassin, also known as Nas Daily, is building a platform which is helping creators build a community. Now, what is a community? Talking about us, we have presence on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. If you want to bring all the audience together under one umbrella, we don't have that. Suppose tomorrow YouTube shuts down all over the world. We will lose access to all of those subscribers that we have harnessed over the year. But what NAS.io helps us do is take control over our distribution, even if YouTube shuts down tomorrow. I feel Twitter has introduced this feature very recently, where we can download the database of all of our followers on Twitter, and then we can move it somewhere else. But that's what NAS.io is doing, letting people take control over their audience. The other idea that I have about community is white labeling. So platforms like Teachable and Graphy by Unacademy give us control over the courses that we want to teach for a flat fee. So if you're an upcoming creator and if you want to learn editing from your favorite creator, you can buy their courses. And this is not limited to technical knowledge. We have a friend called Abhijit Chawda who teaches courses related to history. We have a friend called Ankur Wariku who teaches something related time management and productivity. So even we have conducted sellout courses for how to make content online. And yeah, that's about it.
So the next part that I want to talk about is to provide a support system for content creators. And there are multiple aspects to that. The first thing is whenever a content creator actually wants to make their videos, there are a lot of elements involved. There is scripting, there is actually shooting it, there is video editing, and then there are finally the analytics part. And we spoke about the analytics part. There are few companies that do help. You have Social Blade, you have vidIQ, and you have TubeBuddy. But we need something else that's also built in for India because the results for India are really not that good. So when you look at this whole process of content creation, there are different parts where startups can come and plug in and then provide value. For example, helping with the editing, helping in generating thumbnails, also in subtitling, voiceovers, captions, all of these things. The main big issue is that a lot of these, if there are any existing apps, they don't really work that well with Indian languages. And the thing is, the regional content markets in India are expanding. So for example, if I would want to translate our videos which are made in Hindi and get captions which are correctly done, it would be very difficult for the present apps to deal with that. And that's just Hindi. But if I want to say I make a video and I want to target the people from Assam, I will have to depend on a person and then have another person to verify that the work was done properly. So this is one space where definitely startups can help. The second opportunity is that there are very few websites for stock footage and stock music. Okay, and a lot of them, because of the exchange rate, tend to be quite expensive for Indians. So that's also one big space for opportunity. The next one is, as we spoke about, a lot of creators becoming brands themselves, becoming full-time businesses. So there's a need for systems that help them corporatize, to help them with registrations, to help them with licensing, to make sure they follow the law. And also something as simple as invoicing. I mean, I had to search very hard for an invoice software. So a lot of that has a scope for people to do it. The third thing is that there are a lot of creators who are based in rural pockets in India who are also putting content. And because of the internet, they're able to make a living. But a lot of them are being duped by unscrupulous vendors, by unscrupulous companies. So if there's a tool that can help content creators find out whether the brand is legit or not, kind of like Trustpilot, but then something more based for creators, that's also an opportunity. So what the scenario right now is that there are a lot of brands that want distribution, and there are a lot of creators out there who have an audience, but they just don't know how to monetize. So it's up to a lot of smart business folks to build a bridge between these two and also sustain in the process. So this is what I mean by building a support system.
All right. So we want to conclude our presentation with a story. So this man over here is Isak Munda. He comes from a state called Odisha in India. And in 2020, he was a day laborer. This was just before the pandemic started in India. And he was earning around $3 every single day. In 2020 March, India had to go through a very strict lockdown. It was a very necessary step for containing the spread of virus, but it had a very bad impact on day laborers like Isak. So from earning $3 a day, he went to earn $0 a day because he just lost his job. But he learned something miraculous. He learned that people are just uploading their videos on the internet and making money out of it. And he said, let's try. He had a phone, he had an internet connection. He said, let's try. So the first video that he uploaded on YouTube got 0 views. And he uploaded the same video on Facebook, he got 12 views. Now, 12 views were not enough to give him any sort of money, but they were enough to keep him inspired. He had that assurance that at least somebody apart from my daughter and my wife are watching the video. So he continued making those videos, and days passed and he kept making videos, and then one day his video went viral. So when his video went viral, he got 20,000 views overnight, and right now he has a channel which has over 100 million views, and he earns $1,500 every month. From $3 to $0 to $1,500, it's been a long journey. So, and with 800,000 subscribers, I think that he knows the art of making friends. He is expanding his empire, and hopefully he is not dying in the process. So just to put things in perspective and to remind you that Napoleon had 600,000 friends, and this guy who was just a day laborer 4 years ago has 800,000 friends. So that is the power of the internet. And throughout this presentation, we spoke a lot about numbers. But after being on the internet for so long, I have understood that the most powerful number is just this, is 1. It's one person with one idea and one, I'll take it answer. One purpose with one idea, and one person can change the world. And that's the power that we want to harness. Let me just share a small story that we went through. So 3 years ago, we had this one question. This is a mango seed. And we asked the question, why do we have to throw this seed in the trash? Why can't we do something about it? Why do we throw away these seeds after eating a mango? And we asked the same question to our audience, and we had an idea that let's collect these seeds and let's plant these seeds. And it started a movement. In first year, we planted 8,000 trees, 8,000 mango trees. In the second year, we planted 25,000 mango trees. And this year, we have a target of 100,000 mango trees to be planted around our city. And most importantly, as you can see over here, we live in urban areas, right? So we don't have any connection to the nature left. But if the new generation is getting inspired by this, they are washing the mango seeds by themselves. They are understanding that putting their hand into the soil is not dirty. We call soil dirt. We have a branding problem for farming and everything related to it. But if we can solve that, if we can inspire them, then that is something amazing.
So That's a photo of all the mango saplings in the nursery just before they were planted.
So one second. So this one idea had three benefits. Number one thing is that so much trash was not going into the landfills, not adding more to the problem. The second one was trees were getting planted. And the third one is that a lot of farmers below the poverty line were getting these mango seeds, were getting these mango plants. And then after 3 years, they can actually sell those mangoes to sustain themselves.
So the next thing that we want to talk about is just like you have different blood types, different blood groups, you also have an HLA type. And in case whenever a person has any blood disorder, they don't take your bone marrow anymore like they used to about 3 decades ago. What they do is they'll take your stem cells and then they'll give it to a person with the blood disorder. So when we made a video, India's database of HLA stem cell donors was 4 lakh. And it's not as simple as a blood group. For blood group, like I'm O positive. If I need blood, I just need an O positive donor to give me the blood. But when it comes to HLA typing, the chances of you getting a match are 1 in 10,000. So the odds are quite high. So India has a database of 4 lakh registered donors, which is very less for a country of 1.38 billion. So after we made a video asking people to register here, the database increased by 40,000 people. So 10% growth in India's database. And in the past 1 year since we made the video, 18 people were able to find a match for their stem cell through the database. 2 people have successfully completed their transfusions and are now they have a new lease at life because they have got the treatment that they needed. So yeah, that's the thing. That's the power of one. The power of one was what we used when we made a video in 2019 asking people to celebrate a festival in an eco-friendly and a conscious way. We asked people to substitute their plaster of Paris idols. 8 cities joined to celebrate the festival more mindfully. The power of one is what we used when we made a video on composting, and when people come back and tell us that now composting has become a daily part of their lives.
And that's the message that we have for all of you guys as well. If you have an idea, use the creator economy to spread the message. Be a storyteller. If you lack that, but if you have a product, then use the creator economy, because just because we are decent storytellers, we can get the message across. So let's tell your stories that have the potential to reach the world. Let's be Napoleons of our age. Let's fight for what we believe in. Let's stand firmly on our grounds. Let's make friends, expand our empire, and most importantly, try not to die in the process. Thank you so much.
If any of you all have any questions,
we will be here at the India Pavilion. We are always there. If you have any questions, any ideas, do let us know. All right. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Are we taking questions right now, or do we have time for questions? Do we have time for questions? We have 5 minutes for questions.
In case
if anybody
has
has
any questions.
Yeah, so I'm one of the followers for you guys, and I've been following your videos for last couple of years now. So one question is, like, when you start your YouTube creation journey, so it usually takes an exponential curve, and as every startup, as every YouTube content creation, it plateaus, right? And I'm sure you guys are also facing that challenge. So how do you navigate this? Like, what are the 2 to 3 ideas that you are planning to do in the next few years, if you're okay sharing that?
So it's always better, just the way for any startup or any company, there are different phases for every creator as well. The creator will have some sort of a breakout movement where a creator will realize what is his genre, and then he will be discovered by everybody. And then there will have to be a plateau, because in the initial stages, all of us are very confused about what to do with this newfound fame. We cannot sustain with that sort of excitement and that sort of an energy. So just like everybody else's journey, it is going to be a roller coaster ride with its ups and downs. But ultimately, we have to think of it as increasing our average. We don't want to have a high score in one match and then a 0 in the next match. The idea is to have an average of a decent score that can sustain us. So that's our goal.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I really want to say is a startup that just wants to come and burst instantly will most probably die out. I have worked in a startup, so I know. My startup wanted to burn very fast, so it died very fast. So I'll give you another cricket analogy, a test match analogy. It's not about the runs you make, but it's about how consistently you keep facing ball after ball after ball and still stay on the pitch. So it works the same way for both.
Anything else, or otherwise we are good to go? Cool. Thank you so much for
Thank you so
being
much.
a lovely
Being
audience.
a
Thank
great
you.
audience.
We are now starting with the next session, which is on Metaverse. We have with us the co-founder of Kia.ai, along with Gaia Smart Cities, who will talk more about Bharat Metaverse, commerce and culture in the Metaverse field.
प्लीज़ अलाउ मी 2 मिनट्स मैं आपको हिंट दूंगा थोड़ा ऑडियंस को मैं बिठा देता हूँ ठीक है He said, yeah. No, he said that to wait for 5 minutes. Okay, okay. And he'll get the required audience. Sorry?
So you have some PPT here?
There was a video.
Yeah.
It was there.
Mirjankar, who is the CEO and founder of Kia.ai. His company does a lot of work in payments and UPI and banking systems, as well as in this whole concept of Bharat Metaverse. So let's begin, Rajesh, first with the introduction of Bharat Metaverse and what you're doing and what the vision is.
So, first of all, thank you for the introduction and thanks for the opportunity to be here. what Bharat Meta is all about is to look not just the metaverse driving virtual avatars running across places, but the whole concept is to bring a meaningful use case for multiple industries on the metaverse. If you look at what India has achieved in the last 6 to 10 years on the digital landscape, the whole aspect is about making sure that any digital outreach has to affect not just an elite crowd, but also the masses in the rural areas. So the concept of metaverse we drove is one that we can take from, let's say, VR headsets or let's say Vision Pro, for example, in the short duration, but right down to the level of kiosks at villages that they're able to sort of experience the metaverse. When we look at the concept of metaverse per se, the whole idea was to promote Web3 as an architecture, enable creator economy, because when we look at how India will drive its whole GDP growth forward, it is going to be from a lot of SMEs and MSMEs downward, who will then look to sell their goods.
Sure.
So on our metaverse, what we looked at is saying leveraging aspects, for example, like the online network for digital commerce, so the ONDC, being able to allow small merchants to put up their goods, but show that on the metaverse, and then be able to sell those goods. So it was enabling commerce at a layer. And the other aspect was that the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister was to make sure that the Indian culture is put out in a way where it appeals to not just global communities, but importantly the youth of India. And what we look to do there is to say that we ensure that the cultural aspect of what India stands for, Bharat, so to say, comes out in the concept of the metaverse as an output. So that's how the whole concept of Bharat Meta came about, where we look at commerce, we look at culture, we look at collaboration, and we also look at new areas of redefining business models under a Web3 ecosystem or under an immersive ecosystem.
That's really fantastic. I think, I'd love to hear some stories from you. And I can give you one very quick example of what we have done recently in this space. So, the new Parliament building came out in India. And as part of its launch, we had developed 3 different digital platforms for the new Parliament building. And overlaying those is an augmented reality platform, which takes the visitor to the Parliament from a space-to-screen environment where you can see a lot more information, a lot more videos, like very engaging content which is available. And if you're not a visitor, right, so then the platforms, of course, are available for you as a viewer online to experience. And if you look at the Sengol, the scepter that was passed on, or the history of democracy in India, like going back into the Vedas and the Itihasa and looking at that. So bringing some of those stories alive, looking at the Parliament building itself, which has about 5,000 artists and artisans from across India, so very deeply rooted in culture and identity of different parts of the country. They have all contributed to the artwork in the Parliament. Now, through this, a platform like this, it becomes very easy for us to share it with everybody, really democratize art and bring it to the people, right?
Absolutely.
And you were talking about some very interesting use cases as well.
Yes, so we've looked at about 180 plus use cases at the moment. Primarily, our background is working in financial services. So the aspect was to make sure that to demystify the metaverse. Importantly, when we look at the whole aspect of crypto that was spoken about, and that seemed like almost the base of the metaverse per se. But we are trying to demystify it to say that yes, there is crypto to the extent of blockchain, but it need not be cryptocurrency, so to say, necessarily. Given India's landscape and the advancement we have on online commerce, the launch of the central bank digital currency that we have had, there is really no necessity to really reinvent the wheel on terms of getting a cryptocurrency separately. And the idea was to bring out a platform that is able to clearly render ability to do online commerce using these available media within modules within India stack. We'll just run a quick video to show you what Bharat Meta is about. It just highlights a few use cases of what Bharat Meta is. this was the celebration of India's 75th Independence Day, that we hoisted the Indian national flag on the virtual asset of the Red Fort. We are also looking to offer virtual pilgrimages, highlight areas of importance within each site, and have corporate events where you can have an engaging conversation with global. We've already done POCs with about 18 banks. One of them is already live, Bank of Maharashtra in India. And we're working out various other use cases in the UAE, South Africa, and 6 other global nations where we intend to have different versions of Bharat Meta as their local ethos. So in addition to tokenization of real estate on the like as NFTs, we are also bringing across the ability to have visual effects on the real estate.
That's fantastic. I think yesterday we heard a lot about digital public infrastructure in India, which creates a platform for the solutions like the more consumer-facing and public-facing solutions, where you're able to bring in inclusion. So, from a platform perspective, how easy would it be for any let's say a seller in a small town in India or a village in India to actually onboard themselves and use this as a platform to sell?
So, like I said, India does provide the entire part of digital goods in terms of extending the capabilities to rural areas. What we have is a simple tool where somebody could configure a shop and put out their inventory. So we've really provided the ability to interface to standard systems for inventory management, but also they can use our system to log their inventories. And we've integrated that to other aspects of India Stack. Very soon we will have a interface on ONDC as well that allows the sellers to have access to the buyers on a global, on a nationwide network, which is open. So it does not have dependency on one platform. So it sort of democratizes the ability to conduct online digital commerce. And doing that through the metaverse will certainly give a factor of immersiveness, a factor of being able to visualize the goods in a different way. There are very simple concepts we put in here for visualization, which is, for example, that every avatar who gets a digital ID is able to put measurements and be able to see the clothes fit on the avatar. And once you have bought the goods, what we do is we create a NFT which is internal, where you can wear those clothes for any function that you're attending on the metaverse, as well as get the physical goods delivered to you in person to be able to wear it when you attend the function in real. And there are different business models around fashion that we brought out. We've already had a POC with 6 large corporates, one of India's largest apparel manufacturer, one of India's largest mobile handset provider, and things like that, where we are able to say that what advantages the metaverse gives out. From a perspective of if I were to look at the outlook of how we see Bharat Meta playing out, we are already having a footfall of about 6,000 in our base pilot. With the launch of the few banks that we have as an outlay till July end, we will see a footfall of about roughly 250,000 users. But with the whole launch of the entire stack, which is the pilgrimages, the culture, and those areas, we are looking at a footfall of about roughly 200 million to 240 million in the next 3 years. So that will make Bharat Meta one of the most, I would say, popular metaverses, or rather by the user footfall, one of the largest in the world. That's what we are looking forward to, because anything that India does so far using the India stack has always been getting to a larger scale pretty much easily because of the way India has really structured its digital vision with the public goods.
Oh, that's fantastic. I think we're seeing a lot of AR, VR, and immersive experiences in the metaverse when we look at, for example, the real estate and the urban planning industry. Now, that's at a it's not at a platform level. It is definitely at the real estate developer level, where you're actually being able to bring different properties and or townships onto the metaverse, so that the buyer or the potential investor can actually look at it, have a feel for the space. It's really combining a lot of technologies, right? So if you're looking at drone imagery, combining it with animation, combining it with AR and VR, and bringing that entire space alive for you, whether you're a planner or an investor or a buyer or a sort of a home buyer also, right? And there are all these immersive platforms now which are looking at visualizing your home and what's inside your home and furnishings and so on. So I think it's exciting times, really, right? And
That's right.
yeah. Do you think there is a user learning curve that will happen for them to actually adopt these technologies beyond the urban markets?
Yeah. So I think in terms of the ability to look at the concept of metaverse, it is important to perceive that to be put out to multiple devices. If you look at the trends in the industry, one is about 5G, which India has now acquired. The second one is about IoT, which, as I think you're very involved in the whole concept of IoT as such. But if you look at the ability of what IoT can render, it will have a huge transformational value in terms of commerce being done, where it could sit on as a chip sitting on consignments, and we are able to track global delivery models around that. We will be having drone technology to sort of track as well. So the ability to bring visualization that drone technology can bring or other IoTs can bring in is something that is best rendered through the metaverse, because it is enabling a Web3 ecosystem by default. The other important part is when we look at rural implementation, the emerging technologies like generative AI are something that will come in very handy. India is very soon probably looking at the Bharat GPT or something concept of that that it will look at. And you can imagine then running conversational UI as well as generative AI in all the local languages. The government's initiative on Bhashini, for example, in India, is a concept of donating languages. So you can be a donor of saying, I will donate XYZ words as language to the whole repository of Bhashini, which means that over a period of time, we will then be able to inculcate the entire 1,000 plus languages and dialects that we have in India under a common database that will then be able to have transformer models driven for generative AI. So the design of how we've designed Bharat Meta is to be able to use public infrastructure for these concepts as well and be able to take it to the rural masses. Some of the POCs that we are driving around this for rural enablement has been around putting up kiosks. So India has come out with the concept of digital banking units in the rural areas. And there were 75 such DBUs that were deployed last October. This year, there would be about a few thousand being deployed in rural areas. What we're looking to do is purely provide a separate display on those DBUs at a low cost to be able to render the same avatar of the metaverse through the cloud. And then plug in the models of generative AI and the ability to do gesture management, put in a little bit of IoT into these kiosks that are able to detect the gestures and things such as that, but also importantly integrate Aadhaar and the India stack for digital IDs into these digital kiosks that allow them access for not just banking, but we are looking at a POC for all government services to be rendered through this platform.
And that's fantastic. And one of the things that I've seen recently in conversations with a lot of Indian artists who are now dabbling with AI and generative, AI, is that currently the lexicon and the, sort of the image bank of Indian art design does not really exist. If you look at DALI, there's a lot of things, training material that is available of global art. But what's happening now is that a lot of these younger artists who are very tech savvy are experimenting with it. So I think very soon we will have a whole library of ready material, in terms of design and in terms of imagery and artwork and so on, which is trained on Indian motifs, Indian design elements, Indian art styles, and so on, so that when you're in the metaverse, you can actually feel that you're in Bharat and not sort of borrow from elements from around the world, right?
So I think the whole, you rightly said that. I think when we look at the ability to take metaverse to the rural masses, or rather the masses as such, rather than just people who have XR headsets, the need is to have the ability to inculcate aspects of culture and ethos as well, and then reflect that as part of the database that we carry. So for example, there was an art form that needs to be recognized. You can use AI to say that this particular art form represents this particular state, etc. That would value add to the goods than just what the rural merchants may have put up on their site. One of the things that generative AI has done very effectively, and I like to treat this as a level playing field being created, is that if I made a presentation on metaverse today, it is purely out of knowledge that I have as a creator, right? But if I were to say that if a rural person from the villages was to say what is the metaverse and went on to generative AI based tools, whichever tool that might be, they would get the concise information of what that means from their perspective. And given the taglines, that is something that you can say that is going to then, when you move that to specific databases around culture, around aspects such as what India is creating as a whole wide database of languages, etc., you will be able to generalize that across and give a value add to whatever goods we try to sell on the metaverse.
Absolutely. It needs to be contextualized, localized, people need to feel that, okay,
Absolutely.
this product belongs to me, this environment and space, is something that I associate with. So, I'd love to share what we are doing, for example, in the smart city space in terms of digital twins. And this is something which is very much here and now in terms of tech. And, as an example, very recently in Agra, which is one of the cities that we've been working with for a long period of time, there was a baby boy who was kidnapped. And through the security and surveillance systems, you have the full digital twin of the city, and you're able to track, okay, where was this baby kidnapped? And this baby came from a very ordinary family. They went to the local police station, and from the police station, they were able to tap into the smart city infrastructure, and the baby was tracked. The kidnapper was tracked from the city center to the outskirts. The baby was retrieved and brought back to the parents within the day. And these are so this is all AI and metaverse and digital twin in live action in real cities for real people, and impacting joy, ease of living in a very, very real and way. So again, I mean, that's a process that has started in many cities. There's a lot more to happen. But again, when you look at stories like this, when you look at stories of, when you're looking at a lot more around, let's say, traffic management, regulation, you're really, bringing in the simulation of the city. We were just looking at Delhi, and we are looking at the entire traffic system redesign for Delhi. One of the biggest components over there is trying to look at simulations, because Delhi has a lot of movement, for example, of VIPs. And any adaptive system needs to then have this exception handling system in the real time, where that, okay, if I have a VIP movement, I need to be able to manage this, seamlessly and flawlessly. So it's a whole combination of algorithms, predictive algorithms, taking in data from real detectors, trying to say, what's my traffic signaling pattern for the next minute and hour, but then having the exceptional handling capabilities. What if my VIP passes over here? If I cordon off this road, what is going to happen on the traffic on the other road? So these are all very real use cases that are happening, which is really exciting right now.
Another use case, we are working with one of the countries outside India, is to look at the concept of environment ESG frameworks. So when you look at the whole capture of carbon credits, the whole carbon footprint and carbon neutrality per se, there is a need to really use the metaverse to visualize a lot of that, because it is difficult to then sort of build a geographic model otherwise. The other thing we're using this for is disaster management. So this particular country that we are working on has a lot of hurricanes that come in there. And during these hurricanes, it's based on the direction of the wind and the direction of the hurricane that they need to then predict what is the impact going to be at the various altitudes of the island. And what we're looking to do is utilize the metaverse as a visualization tool to be able to render to them to the fact of saying where the citizens need to be evacuated to, what are the shelters, and to the fact that, for example, the COVID pandemic was a clear lesson that we used, is that food was being distributed to people. But there was the whole aspect that under a lockdown in that country, food was not being be able to go across to various houses per se. So you had to come to a booth to collect the food vouchers, etc. And that was itself difficult because there was a lockdown. Now, using visualization tools like the metaverse, like visual interface, we would be able to bring out this on national media to say per location, where is it that you need to go to be able to utilize this. And this information can be available on mobile phones, laptops, kiosks, like I said, or even we have now also got a patented technology to move this on television. One of the important things we are working on is to look at saying how education can be moved through the metaverse, but importantly rendered through television as a media with the aspect of personalization, where if a student wants to ask a particular question, how would you encourage the student to ask a question on television while still being able to render common content to the other million? So there are some patented technologies we brought in there, and that's something we're looking forward to in the next 2 to 3 years to implement, to have Bharat Meta really being the true image of what Bharat stands for in the modern age of metaverse.
That's fantastic. So one quick question around, the, I guess, progression of this, because we are seeing like in a very robust use cases in the B2B segment. We are seeing like, businesses reaching out to customers in some of the elements and use cases that you talked about. For it to truly democratize, it needs to become a peer-to-peer usage. And what do you see as the deterrents, and what do you think will be needed to be done to make that peer-to-peer usage of the metaverse a reality?
It's a very good question from a perspective of what challenges the metaverse eventually faces when you look to bring it to the masses. One key challenge is to look at providing a digital ID that is actually with a secure technology quite unique in that fashion. India does have Aadhaar, and it makes it easier to have that. But it's about what we're looking at is the opportunity to link Aadhaar into the digital IDs, to be able to then say that we enable peer-to-peer, because you don't want conversation with a fake person. If you look at the whole aspect of what has affected the digital economy today, is the whole area of cyber crime. Cyber crime, not necessarily through hacking, but I think a larger volume of the money goes out through what you call as the digital ignorance. And if you look at the principles of Digital India that the Prime Minister set out, it clearly had 3 objectives. One is to create digital infrastructure, and India truly is blessed in that way with a very strong digital infrastructure today. Then is to look at digital service delivery model, which is very evident from the fact of India stack, whether it is UPI, whether it is the various aspects of what NPCI has brought through, ONDC, OSEN, and now starting with the whole foundation of Bhashini and other areas. But when we look at the digital literacy, that is one aspect which we believe that has to be looked into much more deeply, and that is a challenge, because you could have somebody assuming a ID and then conducting a cybercrime. So what we're looking at is methods in which we can use what is standard digital IDs, have a concept of onboarding someone, and through a regulated entity, which is why I said that the cryptocurrency need not necessarily be the way of just relying on private wallets, but also having the element of going through one aspect of a centralized database where you deem it to be a combination of Web 3 and Web 2. And there is no harm in that. If it was to take this across to the masses, there is no harm in adopting a Web 2 model just for the digital onboarding, the ID onboarding. So that is one challenge I see coming forth, but at the same time, it's a huge opportunity as well. And for startups in India who have now access to this ability of the whole India stack, to come out with different models that would indicate what metaverse in India stands for, it's a huge opportunity.
Absolutely, and there are so many startups now, for example, in the K-6 learning environment. You mentioned education, and K-6 is a very, it lends itself well to this immersive education, and we can see a lot of startups in there. Would there be any questions from the audience?
Hello, I'm Shrija. I had two questions. One was like, because India is so huge and it has the tier 2, tier 3 cities, how are you, like, how is Bharat Meta, like, the education part, how you going to, like, teach them? Tier 1 cities, obviously, they're more exposed. But what about the tier 3,
Yes.
tier 2?
Yeah. So I think from a perspective of what metaverse stands for, we can look at the ease of the literacy there purely being from the ability that an avatar can talk to someone. Because we are used to human conversations, the learning curve on a human to avatar conversation is going to be better than, let's say, a human to a mobile or a human to a laptop or a human to a browser or, for that matter, a human to plastic. So that is one advantage we see with the ability of bringing in the aspect of virtual humanoids or avatars. The other part is the critical success factor there is going to be the integration of these with the IoT. So for example, if I say that the ability to validate Aadhaar makes me sure that this is the person I'm talking to, ability to do face scanning and validate that with the backend Aadhaar, make sure that I've also done the second challenge response authentication. Those are critical aspect to look at the aspect of ID. Rural areas will be really benefiting from this aspect. When we look at the ability to take the learnings down to rural areas, it is necessary to keep it simple from a perspective that, for example, like I said, not having the necessity for a crypto wallet to have any of the IDs ensures that you don't need people with smartphones or high-end desktops to be able to have those wallets being stored, or let's say hard wallets on cards, etc. It would really be something that you can say that reaches out to the masses because they have this common India stack, which is Aadhaar or various other aspects. So that is one thing that we look to utilize or leverage, which is the India stack, to be able to take the metaverse to the rural masses. The other area is to say, bring content that resonates with them. For example, in the video you saw a lot of the modern sized buildings, etc. Now that is the dream town that people would imagine, right? But when you look at the aspect of smart cities, for example, integration, they would see really the real city and being able to transform that into, let's say, for example, city to plan and then be able to see it. That would resonate with people because they've been there, they've seen those things, and they can resonate to what it means to visualize that. The other areas with regards to the content has to resonate from an aspect of ethos and culture, which is why when we looked at Keyhours as a platform, the base technology platform is Keyhours. We called it Bharat Meta from a perspective that this was a virtual space for India. And we would be then creating similar virtual spaces for various other countries where we are able to make sure that it resonates to that local ethos. The reason why we thought it's necessary to celebrate, for example, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav on the virtual asset of the Red Fort is because it was not just a flag hoisting, but the Red Fort signifies that this is something that they're looking forward to watching on television. They now clearly know what it means. When we look at the aspect of culture, usually you have the aspect that people write different books and the rural masses have access to the information that they have learned from various generations. The initiatives of the government of India in terms of making sure that there is a common knowledge bank for this, if we were to leverage that knowledge bank and bring that on the metaverse, we would be able to resonate with individual sects. Like India is not just about X number of states or 1.4 billion population. It's also about the demographics of that. It's about the cultural aspects of thousands of tribes, thousands of subsects, religions, etc., and how they resonate with content. And that's something which we are looking to do on the metaverse.
Also, I have one more question, if you please. One is like the data privacy, the cyber safety, and the laws, because this is very new. Because it's very important, because if you are linking my Aadhaar for the identity, cyber attacks are very common these days. So how is it safe, and what are the laws which is going to prevent us in the future? Thank you.
So the reason why we have not put out Bharat Meta as a public platform in the whole sense is to make sure that the integration to stack is done in line with the laws of the land. When we look at the ability to, in fact, data privacy is the core element to the metaverse. There is a need to have a digital ID that cannot be copied or that can be verified as fake if someone was to interact with an avatar. So the backend check to validate whether the ID is fake or real is something that should be immediately available. So when we look at visualization, for example, we're able to say that if somebody has assumed an avatar and a name of an ID, and the way I'm interacting with them is assuming that that person is so-and-so. Just like you have the blue mark on Twitter, and I'll not go there. There's no $8 charge for this, but what we're looking to do is really have the validation in the backend on the digital ID to say whether it's the same person that you're assuming is talking to you. So for example, if it's a banker and somebody is talking as an avatar, we make sure that the keys are ensuring that the digital ID of the bank is also associated with the digital ID of the individual who poses. And if it does not have that backend, then you're able to highlight that in a particular circle of red or whatever, to be able to highlight that this is not a genuinely trusted entity. Which is why I brought the point about that any ID that wants to do commerce on the metaverse should be one that has been approved by a regulated entity. So you might say these are the pitfalls of Web 2, but the fact is Web 3 cannot stand on its own with personalized private identities, because that will lead to cybercrime, in my view. That's my personal opinion. But if you were to look at utilizing what is stack, and mind you, in sense, if you look at India UPI today or various other facts, the crime rates on UPI, regardless of what you might see, as a percentage is much lesser than credit cards in the global industry. You know, we drive 25% of volumes of UPI through our switches. And so we are aware of the fact that what sort of cybercrime can happen. And I can tell you that there is zero crime based on the structure of UPI. So by security standards, etc., there is nothing that happens as a fraud owing to a lack of technological or a technology glitch in any of the platforms. Whether it is UPI, it's foolproof. Whether it is Aadhaar, there is no technology glitch in those. They are foolproof digital public goods. So what it comes to eventually in ruling out cybercrime is to make sure that the digital identity is verified. And that's something that we are clearly on track to achieve through the metaverse.
Thank you. Just to add into your same question, the first. So I believe that that's my personal opinion that scan and UPI is now outdated for India. So we have the biometrics payment system, and people here in the VivaTech I met as an international delegate, and they got surprised to know that we are paying via our fingerprints only. We don't have any phones and all those things. That is the one positive part of the country we have right now. More than 160 billion, that's I think there are 170 billion euro we already crossed in terms of the UPI payment. On the other hand, we have a certain problem area in terms of the digital divide. So what's your opinion that what government should opt into, cover those gap of digital divide?
So if I were to look at classifying what is digital divide in India today, I would say it is not linked to the base public infrastructure. India has rolled out 480 million cards using the JAM movement in a matter of 1.5 years. That's the amount of cards that developed economies rolled out in 32 years. So India has got this huge capability of adopting technology. The other aspect is UPI, for example, today is reaching volumes of about 300 odd million per day, soon reaching 1 billion per day, right? In around 2 years' time. So the fact is digital divide is not on the digital infrastructure. The digital divide today, if any, is going to be on the ability of devices that people can use for digital technology. And that is where the metaverse poses that challenge, because it is seemingly an assumption that you need expensive headsets to view the metaverse. And that is something we wanted to demystify, that the metaverse is not about just an avatar. The metaverse is looking at the virtual reality, a virtual world, which you are able to access through multiple devices. And IoT is one of the best ways to access these through linkage with the standard devices like a kiosk or a laptop or a mobile phone. And that is something I think will truly overcome the digital divide. The other aspect is about technologies that you relook at. Like when we launched UPI, it was UPI on smartphones through an app. And then came in the UPI 123. Then you got UPI by SMS. Now you got UPI by missed call. And you look at the adoption, you will find that the UPI using smartphones is still the highest. So it is not that the rural areas don't have smartphones today. In fact, those who are adopting don't mind to take that step forward to get access to it. So I think when we look at subsidizing anything in digital India, the aspect of access to devices is something that will be more crucial to make sure that the digital divide goes away. Otherwise, the infrastructure is purely, I think, something that scales right from the urban masses right until the rural areas.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So if I could actually add and complement, like, what you said on the digital divide piece. So there is, in the B2B scenario, right, there is a lot of capacity building and training that ends up being required, because if you look at how a city system is managed today, right, in terms of it being extremely high tech, a policeman on the patrol, like, needs to look at data that is coming in from sensors, needs to look at data that's coming in from cameras, like, and alerts that are coming in from multiple IoT systems, and be able to take decisions on the spot. That person has to be trained, right? They were not trained in that job. So there's a lot of capacity building that is happening at every level within the government and within the city service providers, to be able to handle all of the new tech that they need to be handled, to deliver the services and perform the tasks that they need to perform. And I think the other part of the digital divide is really familiarizing people with the possibilities, as well as debunking some of the fears that they have, especially when they are looking at, if you look at waste management solutions, you're tagging households, you're doing pickup of waste from door to door. So again, those are areas where a lot of community awareness has happened, a lot of coordination and collaboration has happened through self-help groups, through non-profits, and other ways, so that you're creating that awareness, you're creating that communication channel, you're allaying the fears of the population that, okay, this is just a tech that will help solve for the city's problems. It will improve your quality of life. It's not tracking. From a city perspective, if you see the security and surveillance cameras, it's really anonymized in that sense, right? You have facial recognition if you need to, right? If you need to track a baby, yes, you can zero in on the baby, but otherwise, all of that data is captured anonymously. You don't know who that person is, who their identity is, what they did, and so on. So when an exception happens, when there is a terror alert, when there is a kidnapping, you're then able to say, okay, this person now needs to be tagged, and we need to do that. So again, there's a lot of in terms of that digital divide, it's not just urban to rural, it is within urban environments as well, and in many different ways it's being handled. So any other questions? No, I think really fantastic, and I think a lot of fantastic opportunity. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much for conducting this session. Thank you.
share what India has done in terms of laying the playground for 1 billion people to go digital. It also means a lot of startup opportunity, a lot of entrepreneurial opportunity, and so on. So it'll be exciting for the team to listen. I think when you were back 2011, when you were there, no one had bank account. So India had very, very low penetration of bank accounts. No one had identities. So, post 9/11, it was difficult to open bank accounts for most people because lack of identity, lack of paperwork. So it was very difficult for us. At the same time, we were also quite a welfare nation. We spent a lot of money for directly giving subsidies to the people. So that necessitates people having bank account and identity, and lack of that creates a lot of leakage in the system. So that was another issue India is facing. But this is 10 years later. This is 2020 study from Bureau of International Settlements in Basel that studied India's banking sector and said India would have taken 5 decades to give 1 billion people bank accounts. 5 decades. But India actually took 6.5 years. So India took really less than a decade to get to 1 billion people have identity, digital identity, and 1 billion people bank accounts. So this phenomenal non-linear or exponential change is very, very critical to actually notice. We also laid the largest payment infrastructure in the country. So today, 860 million people can directly receive money in India. So that's 860 million people can directly receive money in India, the largest money rail, and almost at the cost of zero. So our money movement cost is very, very low. It's actually kept free most of the time. India also went connected. So you were asking that question. India was not having smartphones or connectivity. We were 1 gigabyte per month consumption per capita. Today we have 1 gigabyte a day per capita. So Indians spend 1 GB every day. Whatever, watching TVs most of the time, or cricket games, or football games, soccer games. But I think the real essence of this is that India did not try solving them. India instead laid the digital infrastructure for the ecosystem to solve it. So we laid the rails, identity as a rail, digital identity, digital payment as a rail, and now digital data and digital commerce. So the exciting times that is actually there. I think that India is looking at this quite similar to physical infrastructure. The way you would build highways and railroads and public transport. In the digital world, we ought to build digital infrastructure. I think that is the real power of this thinking. And this is very different. So government is not trying to solve everything, nor government is outsourcing everything to private sector. Because that creates monopolies, it creates walled gardens, other issues. So how do you create a middle path where you create interoperable rails on top of which private innovation can thrive? Entrepreneurship can thrive. It's a delicate balance, but doable. India has shown that it is actually doable. And this requires 3 layers of thinking. A technology architecture that is interoperable, open, sovereign to the country so that we can manage that infrastructure and railroads. But you need governance. You can't lay the highway with no rules. So if you do digital highways, you ought to have rules of the game and governance are thereof. But most importantly, innovators. If you don't have the innovators, the highways are going to be empty. No one is going to drive on the highway. So you need entrepreneurs, private innovation to thrive. So these 3, if you can get it right, you have a very, very powerful exponential transformation of digital economy. And that's very, very powerful. And I'll let Siddharth walk through what we are doing with data and credentialing to drive the economy further. And then we'll talk about commerce, which is even more exciting and might be very, very powerful to even imagine an open Paris as an open commerce network here.
Thanks, Pramod. And I think as you heard Pramod outline, a key driver behind this infrastructure is all about digital sovereignty. And what this does is it allows you to have a sovereign, have control over critical infrastructure, whether it's in the space of identity, payments, broader commerce types of activities, while still unleashing private innovation and leveraging the power of free markets on top. Another area we saw this in action was really digital payments. So in digital payments, people had a bank account, if we go back now 5 to 6 years, but there was a high transaction cost if I wanted to move money from one individual to another, or from one individual to, let's say, a small business. As you know, traditional card networks become extremely expensive in that regard to buy a POS machine and then transfer money. And so that's where in about 2016, India created a system called UPI, the Unified Payments Interface. It was completely open. So we didn't go down the path of creating a walled garden within our domestic economy saying no one else can participate. We just created a different alternate based on the DPI principles that you heard Pramod outline. Since UPI went live in 2016, we've seen, last month it did about 8 billion transactions. So hundreds of millions of individuals are onboarded onto the system. You have a range of private sector apps, Google Pay and other companies that are participants. In fact, just like you can send me a message on WhatsApp, in India, I can actually WhatsApp you money. And money flows within the banking system. So if we go back to the 3 layers Pramod spoke, it flows within the bank. So your aspects of monetary policy, regulatory supervision are all ensured, while you unlock the front end for consumers to innovate. Because what we realized in India was it was so diverse that no one government agency or one private company is going to solve for that. And we saw this growth not just on individuals, but even on small businesses. We went from about, 5 million POS terminals to about 50 to 60 million POS terminals in a span of 5 years. Now that people were transacting digitally, the next question, so they were generating transactional data. And so the big question for us was, how do we actually give 1.4 billion people control over their data? Such that it's not just used for ads, which is the traditional data economy many of us are familiar with, but it's actually used to meaningfully empower them to access better financial services by bridging the information asymmetry gaps that exist, access better health services, and other socioeconomically important services. And so that drove the thinking around the account aggregator system. Basically, what you see out here is an institutional response, not just a regulatory response. We took much of the same principles, which in fact, GDPR, which originated in France, very similar principles of consent, of data agency, and in fact, the upcoming Data Governance Act is in a similar direction. But we then enforced that in code. And so we created an ecosystem where individuals could go, give their consent, and electronically share any data in complete real time with anyone else. So I can now share my data with a lender. What that does societally is one of the biggest challenges is, for example, access to small business financing. And that's because banks rely on physical collateral. So what we are doing is actually shifting it from physical collateral to information collateral. And why that's a societal imperative is if we do that, we have, for example, 10 million small businesses registered in our tax GST system. If they can hire even one more individual because they get access to database credit, you're creating 10 million jobs. And so therefore, this is important to us, not just from a privacy lens and a competition lens, but actual, transforming people at the bottom of the pyramid as they experience these services. And what we are seeing is this infrastructure being applied, again, not just in one financial sector, but now these principles are carrying across. So another area where this got applied was education. So in the space of education, where India has, few 100 million students, tens of millions of teachers, we built a similar backbone that actually allowed them, both on the teacher side, to improve teacher training and skilling, and on the student side, to improve learning outcomes. What we are also seeing is this interconnect with India's physical infrastructure. So the developments that have happened in simplifying the tax regime using similar building blocks are now actually starting to create, because India has 28 different states, are actually starting to create a single physical market within the country. So it's not just impacting our digital economy, it's now actually impacting our physical economy, where trucks can pass through borders at basically across states completely freely. For example, earlier on, they'd have to stop at a toll gate. There would be a bunch of paperwork, a bunch of fees involved. Now I can just pass through that toll gate completely instantaneously because of the same digital infrastructure that's being applied. Similarly, in the space of individuals proving other types of attestations, all government agencies, central government agencies as well as state government agencies, now issue credentials and attestations of different types into a single app called DigiLocker. And so I can now use that every time I go to an airport. If the police stops me, I so happen to be speeding, it is legally valid to show my documents in a DigiLocker. And there are about 5 to 6 billion documents that have been issued today. Again, the same approach now being applied for vaccines, where we were able to leverage digital infrastructure to deliver over 2 billion doses in a span of just 2 years. So broadly, what you're seeing is digital public infrastructure helps you on one, of course, reducing your expenditure and bringing far more efficiency into that side of it, but it also helps you in growing your revenue from a nation state perspective, because now small businesses are generating more economic activity. Same is the case with individuals. And so it's really both sides of the balance sheet that start to kick in. And for us, what's very key is the P in digital public infrastructure is not public owned or public operated. In most cases, it is actually run by the market. So what's important for us is its public interest. How do you ensure both the state as well as the private market players are aligned in larger public interest goals? And what we are seeing is that's actually creating a thriving startup ecosystem within, India is now one of the third largest startup ecosystems, and a large number of these startups were created on top of this new public infrastructure. So to think of it, much like we use, say, Google Maps, which was created on GPS, which was public infra. The browsers that many of us use, the internet browsers, were created on public infra, which is your HTTP or the www. Those are public standards, open standards that created, multi-trillion-dollar companies. We've just applied that in certain sectors of finance, health, education, and beyond. And we're seeing new companies come up that are created on that. And that also creates the opportunity both ways for French companies to come to India and vice versa as well. So I'll hand it over to Pramod, but before I do, I think we've been having quite a few conversations within the ecosystem here in France and here in more particular in Paris. And what we are realizing is that there turns out to be actually a great alignment. It was quite a surprise to us as well, coming all the way from India. But over the last few years, we've realized the ideals of individual agency, the ideals of how do you actually think about creating an ecosystem that is sovereign. There is a lot of alignment between the ecosystem here, as well as what we're seeing back home in India. It's not a surprise. I mean, with the work that happened in France way back with Minitel and, the open internet standards, it's sort of good to see sort of that realigning. And I'll now just hand it over to Pramod to talk us through how this is now being applied in broader areas like commerce, mobility, and beyond.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so what we saw is the idea of laying digital infrastructure like a highway that allows both public innovation and private innovation, creating a non-linear shift in the way formalization is happening. And this is happening in education, skilling, health tech, agri-tech, and so on. FinTech, of course, that he talked about. But there is a very, very interesting element in the commerce, hyperlocal commerce that's happening, all inspired by internet itself, frankly. I'll skip that. And really, we spoke about credit and he spoke about logistics. But I want to take a little bit on talk about commerce aspect. So there is significant, India is seeing significant small, medium enterprises that are local, hyperlocal, and they're in mobility, they're in hospitality, they're in actual commerce, product commerce, or services for that matter. They're very small. So what is happening is that in these individual small companies are unable to access the digital market without an intermediary. So we have these large intermediaries who are stepping in and taking control, and that's an issue. Definitely it's an issue for India, because India requires both competition and diversity, and the monopolization of that intermediary is starting to cause an issue. So we actually asked the same question. Why can't we think about an internet for commerce? Why can't we do internet for fintech, for example? And that's what UPI is for. So we created something called backend protocol, and this is very important, completely an open source effort. A few thousand developers across the world participating, fully free open source. It has multiple layers, and the core effort is fully open source. But what is interesting is that it allows, like the way HTTP and HTML allowed internet to thrive, the backend protocol allows the local networks to be formed. A decentralized large commerce network to be formed. India is forming its own network, but it stops nothing, for example, to create an open Paris network, for example, using this protocol. And the way it would work is, for example, India is trying, I'll give you two examples. One on the hyper-local commerce, where an individual store selling something around the corner does not need to list themselves in a large company like an Amazon. They can be discovered directly by the consumer digitally, and they can be transacted digitally, fully, with no intermediary in the middle. And that's a powerful imagination. That's what internet did to us. If you have a blog server, I can actually access with no intermediary. But in the commerce, it was unimaginable. But India is actually taking on. This network is now live in India, and we are doing several thousand transactions every day. And even more interestingly, the same protocol is applied for taxi booking or metro booking without an Uber in the middle. So think about it. So you don't need one company to take over your city in one sense. You want to be able to decentralize it, demonopolize it, and allow every taxi, mobile company, electric bike company, or a taxi company to connect to this open grid and to be discovered and transacted. Now, this requires a lot of entrepreneurs to step in. You need local French entrepreneurial ecosystem to step in, without which innovation won't happen. Okay, this one, by the way, interestingly, we launched this 6 months ago in India with almost no ads. We just clocked 2.5 million rides. 3 million. We just closed 3 million rides. So it is amazing how a ground-up innovation can actually happen without a large tech intermediary in the middle. And this is very powerful. Now, this is nothing to do with India. The funny thing is that it is an open source protocol that allows even create and open similar mobility networks here in Paris. And that would be powerful. Now, Olympics is a good timing for you. So if we have Olympics coming up, the whole world is going to descend here. We might want to look at an open Paris network that allows commerce, mobility, tourism, hotel booking, and so on, very interestingly, completely in an open way. That's a powerful imagination to do. And so I'll stop there. I want to open up some question and answers as well. And we have Sujit here, who is riding our backend protocol effort, open source effort. He's the CEO of the foundation that is driving the protocol. All these are actually open source. So any of the entrepreneurs can do it here itself. And so idea is that if the government thinks digitalization via infrastructure thinking, like a highway, and bring entrepreneurial energy, local entrepreneurial energy, you can see very much an exponential transformation here or anywhere in the world. And India just happened to do it because we need to do it over there for our scale and diversity, but it stops nothing from actually creating an open Paris network. It's completely free. It's for local leaderships and local entrepreneurs to do it. So I welcome all of you to explore. And we are open for questions if you need to ask something. Thank you so much. Thank you.
can you just briefly describe the work that we are already doing or the conversations you are having with Paris?
Great question. Thank you, Ambassador Ashra, for asking that. So currently, we are having some conversations here in Paris on how we can visualize some of these open networks. So one is a case where we're talking about an organization called Pass Culture, which essentially offers subsidies to young children, young people who are reaching 18 years of age to get subsidy to watch a cultural show or something. How do we solve for their mobility? Finding a ride. So maybe pass culture and mobility through an open network. That's one of the sort of an ideas we are working on. The other thing that we are working on is, I think France has a great maps ecosystem, open maps. So why can't we link open maps with open commerce and bring that available so that people are spending time on maps and not just finding the places to visit, but also buy from there online or buy a Louvre ticket or book a table in a restaurant. So that's one of the others. The third thing that we are exploring at very early stages is to see how do we bring this Open Paris concept into the larger Olympics sort of an ecosystem next year where we can have sort of a very open Paris infrastructure for tourists coming in, so that they don't have to search for which is my app that works in Paris for mobility or where do I book my homestay during the 10 days of Olympics. They can all find it at one place. Could be a map, could be a WhatsApp. So that's one of the other projects we're exploring. We're having some very good conversations on this. We should be able to show some prototypes very soon in a matter of few weeks.
I'll also talk about, there is also UPI, so our Unified Payment Interface, which is the payment infrastructure that we raise. I think that should come alive or get announced in Eiffel Tower. Yeah. So there is a plan for a launch of Unified Payment Interface, a similar payment rail. Yeah, cashless. So using a QR, so any app and any bank can all actually interoperate and transfer money instantly. So that's coming up in Eiffel launch as well. So look forward to that. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking time. Thank you for taking time. Yeah.
innovation and technological advancements. However, there is still a pressing need to address the gender gap and foster an inclusive environment that allows women to thrive and contribute their unique perspectives. To shed light on this topic, I am pleased to have this esteemed panel with us today. Ms. Naya Sagi, co-founder and board member at the Good Clam Group. Ms. Amrita Chaudhary, CEO and co-founder of Gaia Smart Cities. And Mr. Arnaud Demisi, Executive Vice President of Capgemini. Welcome, everyone. So without wasting any time further, I think I would just like to start with a few questions. So to the two women entrepreneurs that are present on the panel today, what are the major barriers and challenges that women face in the tech industry, and how can organizations and individuals work together to overcome these obstacles and create a more inclusive environment? Maybe if you could also shed some light with the examples of your journey, how you've grown.
Hi, can you hear me? Oh, yeah, you can. Hi, everybody. It's so good to be here. And it's great to see some amazing women in the audience and some men. Very quickly, my name is Naya. The two topics I'm going to talk about very quickly are the first piece around, there are about 120 odd unicorns in India, out of which there are only about 10 women who are co-founders of these unicorns. I'm fortunate to be one of those women. But it's really, really lonely because there aren't very many women when you're in investor meetings, pitch meetings, or in IC meetings, right? And that's a reality of being a woman founder, even when you sort of think you've reached a certain stage. Now, why that happens is the second point I'm going to talk about. It's interesting, and I was talking to my fellow panelists earlier. India is very different from the US and from what I understand in France as well. India actually has a very, very healthy representation of women in STEM. So if you look at the engineering colleges, in terms of the graduates, you have almost a 50-50 split, which is incredible. So at the entry level for women in tech, that problem statement is somewhat quite well solved. The difference in India is that we've rapidly moved from being a land of joint families to being a land of nuclear families. Right? And that pressure, the societal change of shifting the pressure of maternity, childbearing, motherhood, etc., has not fully shifted. And therefore, what ends up happening is a lot of women, when they reach mid-level, senior-level management, they're living in nuclear families, the pressure of managing the families, managing their children, managing work life, squarely falls on them. So I think that is where we see the maximum attrition of women in tech and in tech roles. The other thing I want to quickly talk about is that we're making an initiative, and we've been working on this with Startup India, where we've been highlighting the stories of success of women in tech and women in entrepreneurship. So last year we came up with stories of more than 100 amazing women in India, which you must check out. And the reason we did that was because when you talk to someone in entrepreneurship or in college or generally like a lay person on the road, and you ask about who would you name as the most successful entrepreneurs in India? Name 5, 10, 15 of them. Chances are they'll normally mention someone male. So the whole initiative that we started off with Startup India to profile the stories of 100 women entrepreneurs was that, you can't be what you can't see, right? So if you get more and more stories out of successful women, of women who've broken barriers, who've made it, there'll be more women in families, more men in workplaces who will be inspired to support their women colleagues, their women family members to achieve those heights. And also, women themselves will be inspired to know that what they are setting out to achieve is possible. So I think these are the three pieces I quickly wanted to talk about. One, that it's really lonely. I think even when you become a unicorn, not very many women in the boardrooms, not very many women at the co-founder levels across other unicorns. Number 2, there is hope because, the entry points for women in tech are very solid, very robust, especially in India. But the third piece is on retention and support and inspiration.
Well said, Naya. So I'm Amrita. I head a tech company which focuses on smart cities, smart infra, and a lot of gov tech. And without repeating what Naya said about the fact that there is a huge drop-off at the mid-management levels. Now, that's a reality that happens in India, but also across many countries. When I've spoken to people in, let's say, in the US or in Europe, there is a drop-off that happens. It's the sort of the trough years. And one of the comments that one of my mentors early on had given me was that make it a comma, don't make it a full stop. And I think there are many stories out there. There are many successful women leaders today in tech. So if you look at big tech in India, you will find that both in the administrative roles, in the leadership roles, there are role models. And those role models, and there is a lot of effort that companies are also making in increasing diversity and in increasing inclusion. With the advent of work from home and hybrid, there are opportunities that are available for women to participate a lot more on their own terms, and companies are willing today because you're able to track work better, you're able to look at outcomes-based work a lot more in this modern day scenario. So it's certainly easier. Now, what's required is a set of shifts at the personal level, at the family level, and at the societal level, which will actually make this transition easier and ensure that the drop-off doesn't happen, right? So there are, at least in engineering colleges in India, it's about 50-50. 50% of women graduates are there, and they come and they will join the workforce. That's when the drop-off begins to happen. So the change needs to happen, at the personal level, where people need to feel motivated and inspired that, yes, there are examples out there. There are women who've done this before, and we can do it too. The change needs to happen at the family level because, again, there are other responsibilities outside work. Not just children, but there might be parents, there might be household things, there might be other personal commitments that people have. We have a lot of young women who are working with us who are doing their evening MBA programs, right? So they need a different kind of a flexibility, but they do need that flexibility. And then there are young mothers who are working with us who need their time off, at certain periods of time. But at the same time, when we give flexibility, there is that commitment and an accountability and a personal accountability that is required from people. So it's a two-way street in that sense, right? And I think, the third thing is really if you look at women in the boardrooms, at least in the corporate boardrooms. So I sit on a few publicly listed companies, large and mid-cap company boards, and one is that there is a mandate by law, but what you're seeing is that there is a lot more research that is coming out about how companies that have women on the boards are performing much better, and we see some of the larger companies actually trying to have a lot more egalitarian approach even within the boardrooms. More women than are required by law to be a participant, and we there for the elements that you bring in, the functional and the strengths that you bring in, rather than being a woman on the board. So there are changes that are happening. I think it's for us, as both industry and leaders to encourage people, but also for the women themselves to say that, yes, I can do it, and take that step. So it's a two-way street. It can't be achieved alone, can't be achieved just by the ecosystem.
Thank you. I think both of you have stressed upon the education and women in STEM part. So Arnold, if you could share your thoughts on this, that we understand tech education and skill development play a crucial role in shaping the future workforce. How can we increase the participation and retention of women in STEM education and encourage young girls to pursue a career in technology, starting from early education through to higher education and beyond?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very glad to be here. So I'm Arnaud Demes. I'm French, based in France. I'm managing a part of Capgemini in France, and especially the the application services, meaning quite a tech part of Capgemini. And of course, it's a target for us to have more women in our workforce, which is not so easy because just a figure for France. Graduates from engineering school in France, less of 20% are women. So if we want to reach 30, 40, it's of course, and I'll choose the word, it's a fight, a day-to-day fight that we are running. And the point is that we also want not only to ensure that we have the women in our workforce, and as you said, also to ensure that we will have all the grade, all the hierarchy of the company with the same level of women, which is another challenge that we have to face. So regarding the education, there's, I think, two points that we have to tackle. The first one, you have addressed it, is ensure that we have the same, we push the same way the young girl as we do for the boy, meaning scientific, meaning IT, meaning tech, is not a work only for a boy, but it's something that is, unfortunately, again, that we heard a lot. So we have to change that, and for that, we have created a sponsorship with some 400 schools in France, and we go and we speak, we explain our job, we explain that of course it's a non-job work, everybody can do this job, and it started to work, and we have increased the percentage of women in our workforce of 5% in the last 2 years, so it's not big and not enough, but from 25 to 30 now. But remember that only 20% of the engineering school are women, so that means that we also use reconversion. We also try to have some women coming from other scientific branches, not tech, not IT at the beginning, and so on and so on. So we have this partnership with a lot of schools when we spend a lot of our people. The team I'm managing is 10,000 people, so it gives the opportunity to have a lot of spread out in the school in France. And we have seen that it's also very important, and you also say it, to manage the parents, because in the mindset, it's always still now for a lot of parents, and we see it with our own employees, they are not pushing their daughter, or they will push their boy to go to the IT. So we are both managing the young people themselves, managing, being training, explaining, and pushing a lot, and also with the parents in order to make it move. But I guess at the end of the day, it's we can do all the effort that we want. It's also a political that have to be taken, and something that the government has to engage this fight if we want to win.
Thank you. So, in the earlier question, we've also stressed upon the importance of having more role models, seeing and learning from them. So, Naya, you're also a role model for a lot of aspiring women entrepreneurs. We understand a lot of them come to you for mentorship and guidance. So, basis your experience, how have you seen the trend changing among women in tech in both the metro and the non-metro cities? And in what ways can more women from non-metro cities explore and adopt new technologies?
How many of you here are entrepreneurs? Awesome. And how many of you want to be entrepreneurs one day? Okay, awesome. So the rest of you, pretty much. So, I think Disha said this well. I love working with entrepreneurs. I love sort of interacting with and learning from a bunch of women and men entrepreneurs. And what I think is really interesting is that, especially from my experience in India, I've seen a really strong hunger in women. They just refuse to say no, and they refuse to take no for an answer, which is really exciting to see, because entrepreneurship is all about that, right? Like, it's always ups and downs, and the downs are really, really low. And I think there's a shift that's coming, there's a change that's coming, and the change is happening on two fronts. The first front is actually in the opportunity itself. Sometimes, they say if you put a really strong entrepreneur, but in a really amazing market, right? The market pretty much puts the entrepreneur forward. I think in this particular case, what's happening is that if you're looking at India becoming, from a $3.5 trillion economy to a $7 trillion, $7 trillion economy in the next couple of years, in the next literally 5 years, that entire push for the consumer economy is going to happen if 50% of the population actually has the money to participate and to build in that economy. correct? And who's at 50%? It's women, right? So far, they've really not been a very meaningful part, unfortunately, for what it's worth. But I think that is what is so interesting about the future forward. The next 5-6 years are going to be defining for women back in India. Because the government, the private sector, industry, everybody needs the economy to grow. And they realize now that women have to be part of it. So it makes business sense. It's not just, oh, it's good to have women participate. It's actually solid business sense. That's one. Number two, what we're seeing in tier 2, tier 3, but of course in metros, it's been there for the last 5 years, you've suddenly seen the access to smartphones. So I call this data, digital device democracy back in India, right? You've seen the percolation of smartphones, of the internet grow from, I don't even know, like 200 million, like 5, 6, 7 years back to 850 odd million now. That pretty much covers, I think, about 75% of India, if not more. And it's growing exponentially. Now, of course, because the cost of data, device, and digital has decreased, women are also becoming part of the digital infrastructure. And I think that's where the excitement, the aspiration, because the aspiration is, I started by saying, you can't be what you can't see. When you have access to digital, when you have access to what's happening in the world around you, you see these stories. Women in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, which is the smaller towns, villages in India, are actually seeing these stories on their smartphones, on the internet. And they're like, hey, I can actually aspire to this lifestyle. I can actually aspire to financial independence, to financial freedom. And then they start figuring out the steps to get there. So I think these two pieces, right? How do you actually ensure that the tailwinds, and now the tailwinds are in our favor, right, are in the favor of more women participating and creating, not just consuming, but becoming creators in the new economy. That's happening as we speak. And number two, how do you set the aspiration that's also happening as we speak? I think these two pieces, the economic shift as well as the mental, emotional shift, are the most important pieces I see playing out. So I'm really optimistic about the future. If you come to India, any of you, and please do come and look me up, I think you'll be blown away by just the energy of the new generation of women entrepreneurs who are building in India.
Very well said. Thank you, Raya. Amrita, Gaia works in the IoT space. So it'll be great if you could give us an idea of how IoT as an industry will change the lives of women.
Absolutely. So, you all have your mobile phones, right? So that's your most common IoT device. But there are many, many different ways in which, IoT is being imagined to look at some of the issues that women face. So, for example, safety and security. If you look at that, there are many companies, both in the private sector as well as in the government sector, which are looking at women's security using personal devices linked back to security services or the local police services so that you are able to get a response in quick time. Whether it is something that you carry, as you're walking around, or, there's an initiative in South India where it's, there are these devices installed on some of the public transport vehicles where you can press and, if there is an emergency, you can get to call somebody. So that's on the safety side. There is a lot more, on your application itself, on your mobile app, there is a whole plethora of things out there, from financial services and financial management for women. There are, apps which are helping you track your physical health, your mental health, your menstrual cycles, so on. So there are, applications around that. If you look at, the role of the woman and expanding it beyond into, and why just women, but men as well. If you're looking at childcare and if you're looking at, home management, there's a whole bunch of applications around there. So if you're looking at the next gen of baby monitors, you could have the webcam and link it back to and see your baby while you're in office. So there's many, many different ways in which tech and applications and IoT and that entire combination of data, digital, your mobile phone is going to unlock ease of living for you, ease of operating for you, ease of participating in the economy. And lots of ideas out there.
Yeah, I think that is what we look forward to when we come to work every day. I think mentorship and sponsorship programs have shown to be effective in supporting the career advancement of women in technology. And when we talk about diversity, inclusivity, Arnold, how can we encourage more male allies and leaders to actively participate in these programs and advocate for gender diversity in the organizations?
You're right, it's the point, because of course it's not a real challenge for us to convince the women in our workforce to attract other women. The point is how we manage it with the men of the organization. And as I said, 70% of the organization are men. So that means that it's key that those men are also convinced that women can bring a lot to the company. So the first thing is lead by example. I have done it by myself, not because I have to do, but because I'm personally convinced of the richness that it brings. So my executive committee is 50-50, 50% women, 50% men, which is not so usual in France. It's the case now for more than 2 years, and it has changed a lot. The way we drive the innovation, the way we drive the meetings, the way we are putting new ideas and driving these new ideas to action. So it's really something that that demonstrates that this richness is key. So this is the first point. It's being seen by the other, and so now it's propagating within the company. The second point, of course, is that we communicate a lot. And at the end of the day, sometimes we also use you have to do it, but most of the time we try to convince and to explain the way we should do it. So we have created a network which is called Women at Capgemini. This network is there to help the women to find exactly a place, to work correctly, to have the right career, to have some people to discuss with, to explain the challenge and so on. And that's very interesting because at the beginning, this network is now 10 years old. At the beginning, it was only women in the network. Now we have 40%, that's men. So meaning that it works. It takes time, of course, but it works. And once again, it's a key point because it cannot be a club of women for women. Of course, it's the richness is if we have both. So we have to push a lot, and clearly it's something that I explain it to all my teams every day. And I use the word fight, not once again, it's a chosen word because we have to push. Things are not going to happen by themselves. So we have clearly to push. And at the end of the day, all the people who have done it within my team, within the execom and so on, are very happy to have more women within the team because at the end, once again, diversity is a richness.
Thanks, Arnold. I think
Can I add a comment there? You know, I think it's really interesting, and I think it's an important point that you're making, Diksha and Arno, in terms of like, if women have to succeed, men and women have to come together to ensure success, right? And I want to give this example very quickly, if I may. You know, when we took out this list with Startup India and with Mint, which is one of the top publications, financial publications in India, it was the first time in history, right, that a leading financial publication in India had covered the stories of 100 women entrepreneurs. The first time, right? So it was pretty groundbreaking. And I remember when I was reaching out to my fellow entrepreneurs to help promote the list and talk about that list, I reached out to both men and women. And that's how that list went viral. Because both men, women, of course, folks in the government, including like the PMO, including like the ministers, etc. Everybody talked, Bollywood celebrities, everybody reposted, retweeted, talked about that list. But I think what was really powerful was for the first time, we saw men and women entrepreneurs come together and talk about that list. So what does that mean? It basically means for us to succeed, I think it's super important that we figure out the sponsors, not just mentors, right? Because I think we kind of know what we need to do. But I think sponsors who will talk about us in corridors, in rooms, in boardrooms, where we today don't have access to. I think that's super important, and how you do that is actually, I think Arnold said this beautifully, right? You have to figure out networks of peers, networks of founders who are just like that one level above, you know, in that journey. And also figure out and do a lot of cold calling. When I moved back from Boston, I graduated from Harvard, and I moved back to India. I wasn't an entrepreneur before, right? But I moved back, and the one thing I did was I exhausted, I think, all my LinkedIn credits and my social credits by just reaching out to people saying, how do I figure out how to raise money? How do I figure out how to hire a team? How do I build out my product, my tech team, right? And I think because of that, people started talking about the work I was trying to do in places I didn't even know they were talking about me. And I suddenly got access into places and conversations where I wasn't present. So I think it's really important to think about how you're constantly building out those informal networks of sponsors who are talking about what the great work that you are doing.
I think that is very true. So before we move to the concluding remarks, if there are any questions from the audience.
Thank you so much for that. So my question is related to the economic gender gap that you did speak about very quickly, and you said that going forward, we really need to bridge that gender gap. What is the way forward to bridge that gap? And with the focus, of course, there is mid-level management, there is jobs, entrepreneurship, and also if you could shed some light on investments and the situation in India when it comes to investments and women. Thank you.
So I think really good, very, very, very pertinent, very relevant questions. I'll quickly talk about the investment landscape, right? If I look at the top venture funds in India, and all of them are there pretty much, right? Right from Warburg, Accel, Sequoia, which has now been rebranded, everybody, right? In terms of folks who are really in the decision-making place in India, there are very few women, unfortunately, and that kind of reflects in the investing landscape. So if I'm looking across how many women-led companies got venture funding last year, it'd probably be less than 8%, right? So it's a very, very small number. However, I think what's interesting is that the numbers are constantly growing. I think that's a very important trend that we're observing. And I think it also mimics the fact that more and more women are now starting up and becoming entrepreneurs. So I think, when people talk about, oh, there's not enough of a funnel, I mean, that myth is now being demolished. I think to your first point, which is, what are the economic trends telling us and how do we really solve for it definitively? Amrita talked about a very important point, which is, and I truly believe in it, it is about regulatory support. Earlier in women in boards, right, there was abysmal participation. And the government of India actually came out with a regulation that mandated the presence of at least one woman on every board, right? Now, what's happened as a result is that you suddenly seen the dynamics change. So earlier, of course, there'd obviously be like the naysayers who would say, well, they're just appointing a woman family member on the board for, just to put like something in place. But the point is, overall, there are actual conversations happening where women are talking about what does it mean to be part of a board? How do you become board ready? How do you train women to become board ready? So the narrative has changed, right? People are looking for younger women entrepreneurs, younger women in corporates, younger women in governments to become part of their boards. So the conversations on these boards which have women on them has completely changed, as has changed for the narrative for women to even consider they could be board worthy. So I think regulation is absolutely critical. And I truly believe in that. I mean, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm all for free market, etc. But I feel in this particular case, we need something a lot more stronger in place. And I think the second piece is the economy. I think maybe you missed the second part of my conversation, but there was this whole part where right now it's making business sense to figure out ventures that are for women, by women in India, right? Because the economic trends are essentially asking for more stuff in fashion, in beauty, in consumer health, in other stuff as well, which, but even like in very things which are, unfortunately supposed to be very women-centric. But the point is the consumer demand for these has gone up exponentially. So the investor demand for these kind of ventures is also going up. And I think you kind of see that play out now. So yeah.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, so maybe one concluding remark for the audience present here, the startups, the aspiring entrepreneurs that are there in the audience.
No concluding remarks per se, but I think just from my journey of entrepreneurship, I think the one thing I've learned is just never give up. And there's a special place in hell for women who don't help other women. So go out there and help your sisters.
The same. I just take the word that you use, hope. because there's a lot of things that we can do. We still have a lot of work to do, but we see that when we move, when we take action, when we take the right decision, when we put the things in movement, it works. So I will use also the word hope, because I guess that we will be able to make things happen.
And I'd say it takes a village, and it takes a million small ideas to actually make things happen and make change happen. So if you look at mentorship networks, like, there are many out there, and we all need to be part of many such networks to help out people and also to learn, because I'm also constantly learning. So there is a set of networks that I'm a part of where I want people to talk about me. And then there are multiple other networks which are there. And that's the way it happens. It takes a movement, it takes a village, it takes multiple small drops to actually create that ocean of change.
Thank you. I think this was a very insightful session, and it was an absolute pleasure having all of you with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's such a privilege and a pleasure to be here and sharing my story as well as the story of Open Secret. Hi, everyone. My name is Ahana Gautam, and I am the CEO and founder at Open Secret. Open Secret is a one stop destination for all Indian families to come and buy unjunked food and beverages. And today I thought I'll share with you three chapters from my story of building Open Secret. Let me start with the first chapter. The first chapter is building with purpose. It also reflects on why I started Open Secret. Let me take you back to my childhood. Imagine a young girl growing up in a very small city of the northern part of the country. She was raised by a single working mother. And imagine her as a 3x size of what I am currently, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that. I was a very, very overweight kid. I still remember I would come back from school, would open the lock of the house, would come and eat all the packaged food which was available in my house. Of course, at that time, did not have the awareness that what you eat plays such an integral role in your health and wellness journey. That journey definitely stayed with me. Fast forward, I went to one of the most prestigious engineering colleges in India called IIT Bombay, worked in consumer industry, then went to Harvard Business School for my MBA. It was only when I was studying in the US, I visited a lot of grocery stores, for example, Whole Foods, and it just blew my mind. I saw how families in the West had access to better products, to better eating habits. And it made me wonder why back in India there was this lack of access of basic right of packaged foods. And in fact, India was one of the most unhealthy packaged foods country in the world. And it's not that India is not known for innovation, right? If you just take an example of COVID, we had an app where you could see whether you were vaccinated or not, unlike in the West where people had to share a paper. So, as a country which has been known for innovation when it comes to technology, we were so behind when it came to basic food and beverages. And that became my purpose and that became my mission on how can we provide that basic access back in India. And that was the core motivation for me to take that one way flight from Boston to Bombay and come back to my country and be part of the nation building and build this brand which stood for unjunking food and beverages for every Indian family. And when I talk about the purpose, it's not just about what you are building, it's also about how you're building it. Let me tell you another story while growing up. I grew up, as I said, in a state called Rajasthan. Rajasthan has one of the most uh, lowest female literacy rates. I was a privileged girl child that I was born in a family where my mother encouraged me to go after the best in class education. But unfortunately, not a lot of girls were hearing the same thing. And it was very clear to me that the world is not a fair place when it comes to both genders. And as I am building Open Secret, I knew I had to make a difference. So I'm very proud to share that we not just talk about gender diversity, but we walk the talk. At Open Secret, the CEO is a woman, the COO is a woman, and the Chief Growth Officer is a woman. Here we have a company, an organization which is led by the power of women. In fact, the products that we manufacture, that as I said, we are building unjunked food and beverages. So we have unjunked cookies, unjunked chocolates, unjunked chips, and all of these are manufactured in our own factories in India. Again, where we have women from local communities who come and make these products. So again, the whole idea, the first chapter behind Open Secret is to work on a mission of how you can provide better food products to family, but also how we do it by bringing more and more women onto this journey. Because India can't become a 5 trillion economy with one gender completely missing. And I think it's extremely important for leaders like me, for startups like ours, to make a difference to bring that change. So that was the first chapter. I think as we started this conversation, we said that I'm going to share the growth story. But let me tell you what is the secret sauce behind any growth story of a startup. And that's the chapter two, that's resilience. Again, let me tell you a little story when I started Open Secret. We launched this brand around 3.5 years back. It was Feb 2020. We launched a product. We were super excited that the customers are now trying the product. They can go to a grocery store, they can buy this product. But then what happened in March? It was COVID. Imagine a young organization which has just launched its products and then COVID happened. And what I told my team that whenever there is a crisis, you have to ask this question, why waste a crisis? And we completely started thinking about how can we serve our customers better. And imagine we were manufacturing our own products. So as a young startup within that chaos which was COVID. On top of that, there was a lockdown, and we were manufacturing our own products. I still remember one day we were making these chocolate cookies, and the refrigerator broke. There was no person available in the country who can actually come and help us repair the refrigerator because only essentials were allowed. There was no repair or maintenance which was allowed at that time. As a founder myself, I took the refrigerator from my house, carried it with me, went to the plant, and put that myself. So I think this is a story of a resilience that in the beginning and even today you have to have the ownership, you have to have the desire to make it happen. Since then, I'm so proud to say that it was not just about one product. We heard that a lot of customers came to us and they said that, we want immunity based products. And we kept on listening to the customers. And we not only manufactured the products, but we kept on launching newer and newer products. We started with one category, which was cookies. And since then, we have launched 12 other categories, surviving a COVID, surviving a lockdown, surviving many funding winters, which all of us have gone through. And what has really helped during this period is definitely the purpose has been that guiding light. Another thing which I would say that as a founder myself, as you are growing the business, you have to really always think about the customer. And this customer backward approach has helped us figure out the right playbook. Whether the customer who wants to shop from our website, we have a D2C platform, a customer who wants to shop from online, we really have created distribution network on online channel. And also, if a customer wants to shop from offline, we are present across 30 cities in India where you can buy it and buy the product from a neighboring store. And it has always been because we have to be customer first. We have to build an omnichannel playbook. And since then, we have grown the business 10x in the first 12 months. We have been the best sellers on the e-commerce platforms, and we continue to keep building the business. The other thing I would say that especially during we spoke about the COVID, the time of the crisis, I personally went through a big crisis myself. I still remember, a lot of people have told me that entrepreneurship is a difficult journey. There will be a lot of ups and downs. But one of the down that I faced during the second wave of COVID in India, I had never imagined it. My mother, who has always been the biggest cheerleader for me since the beginning, she was the one who encouraged me to go after the best in class education. She was the one who was most excited about when I said I really want to start up and solve this problem. When other mothers were, asking the kids to get married, she was always very proud of the dreams that I had. During the COVID wave two in India, I lost my mother. And I still remember it was one of the hardest journeys that I had to go through. And again, that resilience was the only way I survived that period. And I still remember the next morning after cremating my mother, I had two options. Either I can grieve or I can get up and I can keep building for my mother and for all the mothers of the country. And I decided to do the latter. And for me, that has been the purpose, that has been the mission, that has been the strength behind the resilience that we want to build Open Secret as a brand for all the families, whether it's a family in a smaller city, whether it's a family in a bigger city. But the whole idea is we have to keep going irrespective of all the obstacles that might come. So these has been the two chapters, as I said, the chapter of building with purpose. The second is chapter of resilience. And the third, I want to talk about what next. And this is the chapter of taking the ecosystem along. And I think that's extremely important. When we launched Open Secret, we wanted to become the unjunking snacking brand of the country. Whether it's your 4 p.m. snack or whether it's your morning tiffin box, we wanted to give you an unjunked version of it. And now, since then, we have traveled this journey from being a brand to being a platform. And what do I mean by that? From a customer perspective, we heard a lot of stories and they came to us and said that, if we want unjunked snacks, we come to your platform, we buy all these products. But we also want unjunked pasta, we also want unjunked sauce, we also want multiple unjunked products. And from a supply side, there were these small brands, a lot of them are women owned brands. They definitely don't have the muscle to build their own distribution. They don't have the muscle to market about their brands. And there are about 400 and 500 of these brands. So what we realized that as Open Secret as a brand, we have built an omnichannel playbook. We have a distribution network which has online presence, which has offline presence, even in corporates, whether you go to Google or Facebook, we are providing them unjunk products. We have this distribution network. How can we help the customers? How can we help the fellow brands and become a one-stop destination? So the next chapter is all about building this vertical platform where for our customers, they will have everything unjunked available at one place. Whether it's there, as I said, any food, any beverages, whether it's the juices, whether it's their food, we will have that. And for all our partner brands, they have a platform which will help them reach millions of households because of the reach of Open Secret brand that we have created. So, in the end, I would just say that super excited that we are, and not just me, a lot of people in India have this opportunity to get up every morning and build something which we are extremely passionate about. Enough has been said about how this is the decade for India, and super excited to be building during this time in our country and starting this unjunking movement. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you so much, Ahana, for your time and agreeing to do this. And I thank all the participants for their participation here and looking forward to interacting further with you, Ahana.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. I hope my story and the chapters which I shared resonated with fellow founders, also resonated with a lot of customers. And the last thing I would say that, we are building in India for India right now, but soon we want to be building it for the world. And I hope that all of you out there, you will get an opportunity to try our products. And that's the next step and the next vision for Open Secret to build for the entire world.
Certainly. Thank you so much, Ahana.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. startups have adopted to drive success in their marketing and advertising strategies. We have with us an esteemed panel. So we have Abhiraj and Niyati, who are the co-founders of Abhi and New. They create content. Along with that, we also have Vivek, who's the head of branded content at Viacom 18. Welcome. So my first question is to Niyati.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes. So Niyati, how are the advertising and marketing needs of a startup different than a traditional established brand? What are the specific needs or challenges of an emerging consumer brand in India that you have seen? So two parts of the question.
So I initially started my career working in a startup called housing.com, which was very famous or infamous for advertising on all the billboards pretty much in my city in Mumbai. So I think for startups, the need for them is to get the word out there, is to get people to know that they exist as compared to, say, Credit Agricole. They really don't need to spend that much money on telling people that they exist. What they need, so their money is probably spent elsewhere in trying to build better brand recall rather than telling people, vis-a-vis telling people that, hi, I exist. So I think that's the difference.
I think, if I may add, I think a lot has to do with the sort of audience each category is catering to as well. I mean, a lot of times startups follow this strategy that catch them young, so that because they want to catch them young, they want to have the messaging in that way. The colors that they will use will be the colors that will be more attractive. They will pop a lot. Plus the sort of advertising campaigns that they will run, they will be a little bold, they will have some undertones. But a traditional company will have something to lose. A lot of times a startup comes from a position that it has absolutely nothing to lose. So even if they get into some sort of controversy, they are fine with it. That's why, I mean, I don't remember the name of this particular startup, but it was related to some real estate. And all of their holdings, all of their messaging had a little bit of double meaning to them. So then they were not scared of doing that. So I feel startups are more bold in their approach because they don't have anything to lose, and traditional media already have that reputation. So a reputation is like that baggage. So a baggage can be good as well because they come with that reputation they can put since 1950s, and then people know that they have been there since 1950s. So tomorrow the shop is not going to close, but they have to maintain that as well.
So Vivek, on this, are the mediums also a little different, say, for a traditional versus a startup, do you think?
So before I do that, I think I just want to add to what Niyati was saying. The first thing I think which startup obviously need is awareness, because traditional medium brands have existed. Their challenges usually is basically to not be made themselves aware, but more about being in the consideration set, you know, so that if the three brands that you're evaluating, they're the one who choose, that you choose. But startups are mostly unaware and they have a thin budget, right? So that makes it innovation and some of the things that, you know, Abhi was saying, that makes it even more important that they have to make a dent. But I think the most important difference I feel between a startup and a traditional medium is that when you launch a startup, you're basically providing an alternative solution to a need or want, right? And it's something which has been done in the past, but now you have a different platform or the product to kind of work it. This usually needs a consumer behavior change. I mean, just as example that Niyati was giving, housing.com is a portal in India for where you can go and buy and sell houses, right? Now, traditionally in India, that's not how it has been done. So far, the houses were being sold and rented out through brokers and, you know, real estate agents. But now the whole journey being moved to a platform, to an app or a portal requires a huge amount of consumer behavior change. And I think that's the biggest challenge the startup face today. How do you make sure that the consumer who's used to doing a thing a certain way now suddenly move to another platform for the same demand? And that's where the advertising kind of comes into play.
So just delving a little deeper. So the startups would be in two spaces. Either they are making a new category or they might want to expand the, for example, an e-commerce brand. Now, e-commerce is an established category in the nation now. So for an e-commerce brand which comes in, they have to compete with others, any startup that comes in. And some of them might be very established players like Amazon. While there can be some categories, say health tech, where the market is not as big right now, but they might need to expand it. So for the two, the strategies might be a little different. So probably I'll ask Abhiraj first to add on this. So if you are getting into a category which is where you have to expand and tell the audience that, okay, this product, this category exists, versus if you are a startup where the established categories, then you have big players. Are the strategies or communication different, more different?
I mean, I feel if there is already a big player in the market, then you will have to take a contrarian position. Because if it's the same messaging, I mean, a lot of times I like to talk about colors a lot because, I mean, if you look at the logos of every social media application over there, they will fall into certain categories. Like Facebook is always going to be blue. YouTube is always going to be red, and these are the colors that people will use again and again. But when Instagram wanted to rebrand itself, it went through a very wacky stage and it changed the colors completely. It was a gradient. Like when I talk about, and everybody hated that logo completely, but now we have accepted it. Very few people are going to remember what the logo used to be. It used to be that Instamatic camera, if you remember. This is around 10 years ago. Right now, we don't remember it because a brand wants to stay relevant for 50 years, 100 years, even 200 years. So in such a long term, it's not going to matter. But when we are talking about short term, they just want to get the buzz. And there are very few ways of delivering a message. Right now, we've been talking about real estate startups a lot. There are very few ways to tell people that, oh, this house is good, it is at a nice rate, go ahead and buy it. There are very few ways of telling it in a creative way. So even as a creative person, say an ad agency or a marketing agency, it becomes very difficult. How do you tell people the same message? Because ultimately, there are very few objectives that any company might have. Either it will be catching more eyeballs, or it will be generating more leads, getting more sales, or something like that. So when the objectives are same, you will have to take a contrarian approach. You will have to create, quote unquote, a villain in the market. Just the way he was saying that you need to disrupt the market. So a lot of times startups take that approach, but it needs to be done with care. Because when you are fighting with the giant, you are the David in the market, and there are so many Goliaths over there. So if it's not done with care, you can make enemies without having any allies. And obviously, the customer is always going to prefer something that is more established rather than something that is new, which does not have a USP to offer. So if you can offer a USP, there is nothing like it, because people get tired and people get old of wearing even the same kind of clothes, even though they know that they look good in that particular colors, but we change our wardrobes. So I feel just the way we change our wardrobes, we are likely to look for some sort of a change in our consumption pattern as well. But it needs to be done rightly.
So just to add what Abhi was saying, I think the two approaches are slightly different, Harshita. I think if you have a startup which is getting into a category where there are already big players, right, then it's just not a marketing problem. It's first of all a product problem. Now, why would somebody come to you, right? So there has to be a very sharp USP which exists. In fact, I was just talking to Naya, who runs the MyGlam group. They run this, one of the product line is actually like soap accessories for kids, right? So you are getting into this, then you're fighting with the Unilevers of the world and the L'Oreals of the world, and then you really know that that's a space that you're getting inside. So first of all, you get your product fit right. If the product fit means that it's a reason that you've given to somebody, I mean, broadly you can use it the word USP, then that reason has to come out in the communication. On the other side, however, if the startup is enabling something which has never been done before, then the mouthpiece is a great communication tool. When people use it, they go talk about it, and the word of mouth, because it's never been done before, that communication is relatively easier to do as against when you enter a category which is far more players.
Got it. So I'll move on to the next question, which is how has the rise of digital platforms and technologies transformed now the traditional marketing that we had? Just now, in fact, we were discussing off board of how billboards and say TV, newspapers are no more a mode which an established brand or even a startup would now go to. So how do you see the future for startups? What kind of modes they can use?
So, digital has last decade completely changed the whole face of advertising, right? Brands are built at the back of digital, and we know, all of us, I think, know the power of digital in terms of the reach, in terms of the cost efficiency, in terms of the targeting, in terms of the personalization. But I think one of the biggest things that digital does is it lets you interact with the brand, right? Which so far the traditional medium couldn't do. And especially for startup, it's all the more important because people are not used to that particular product, right? So just the fact that you're aware of the product, it's not going to do it. The people have to find a reason that you go a little closer to it. And digital provide that interactivity. So I'm going to take some example from the Indian landscape of startups. Some of you, if I'm happy to ask you or tell you about the brands. Like one of the things, for example, for a shop apparel brand in India recently did was that they started designing the looks of people inside the content. So when people are watching television, when people are watching, content on YouTube, the design went inside the content. They were styling those people, right? And at that moment itself, they were also letting people figure out how can they go and purchase that look. So in India, it is called shop the look, right? Where you just see the content. Do you like it? On your device, which says, if you just want to pick it, it straight away takes you to the page on the platform, right, where you can go and buy that particular piece of apparel. So this interactivity is something which is very, very, very important, and I think one of the biggest strengths of digital. And startup needs it even more because, like I said, you're trying to change a consumer behavior of something which has not been done, and there where the interactivity has a huge role to play.
So, Abhiraj, Niyati, in fact, I'll ask you this one, that because you have been in the communication marketing space also. So, what are the key trends and innovations that marketers now should embrace so that they can effectively engage with the digital savvy consumers?
Before we move on to that, I'll just give a few examples to what he was talking about. So just the way he said, shop the look, over there we are trying to solve a problem that exists right now. I mean, I will see my favorite celebrity, I will like the way he looks, but I don't know where he sourced his clothes from. So we have an app in India called Myntra. So on Myntra, you have this feature that if you just upload an image, then it will search through its entire catalog and find similar looking clothes for you. And most probably they are going to be affordable as well. Similarly, we have this app called Lenskart, which is basically where you get your specs from. So traditionally in India, how you buy your spectacles is that you go to an optician and then you get your eyes checked. He will tell you what your power is, and then you will go over there, try different frames, and then buy it. So the whole try and buy, because obviously people who wear specs know that specs become a part of your identity. If you don't wear your specs, then people don't recognize you. So that's why, because something is on your face and it's going to be with you all the time, people don't want to buy something on the internet. So that's how they solve that problem. So that's the biggest challenge and the power of digital media, that you can solve a problem creatively while making it a nice enough gimmick for people to come on your website. Because even if I don't want to buy a specs for myself, I don't have power, but still just to try out that feature and just to see how I look on in those specs, I will go on that website. Just the way we have different filters on Instagram, why not try it out? So with these new filters, we are having extra opportunities where the creativity knows no bounds. So yeah, we'll continue with that.
Yeah, Harsh, just to recap on the question she asked, she said, what are the new age trends that marketers should embrace? So one trend that I have recently been noticing, a lot of shopping that I'm doing is really based on people that I am following. Because both of us are content creators and we engage with a lot of creators, we've noticed that there's a lot of trust when I'm seeing a product that's recommended by someone. So both of us are environmentally conscious. So whenever we're looking for, say, a sustainable brand, or we're looking for an alternative to a detergent or any other product, I'd most rather go to a person who creates content in that space to know if they've interacted with the brands rather than going to Google and searching for those brands. So that's a trend that I've noticed myself doing, and I feel like that's a trend that a lot of people invariably end up doing. Like, I've shopped for a lot of stuff on thrift stores of Instagram, So for everybody who doesn't know, India is a textile powerhouse. We export a lot of ready-made garments, and there are a lot of surplus pieces that are generated. And there are a lot of these thrift stores on Instagram that source these surplus pieces and then sell them so that they're not destroyed. So I found those thrift stores because of a few people I follow, because they bought the clothes from them and it looked good. So I've noticed that trend, and I feel like that's a trend that marketers will have to sort of be in tune with. And these people don't necessarily have to have like 1 million followers, 10 million followers. They can be, in fact, the smaller the community, the smaller the following, the better trust that's there, because you know that they're probably doing it because of something they've used themselves.
They're probably giving 110% because they want to grow their brand.
And probably it's non-sponsored. That is also a thought the consumer might have. So I'll move on to one problem that the startups always face. It's always a challenge between brand building and lead generation. So while they have limited resources, for them to decide how do we build a brand, because mostly what they focus on is just generating their lead. However, with time, for example, a Zomato, for me, that has become a brand while it is a startup, because the kind of messaging, the red color when I see, it's Zomato for me. For example, Swiggy, I'll have different colors to them. So how do you basically balance between brand building and lead generation?
So
yeah.
it's a very, I think it's a problem that every startup faces today in the world. There are resources which are limited. I have to spend money on media. Should I spend money on which I'm not too sure if I'm going to get returns? So should I buy a hoarding at the Shotego airport if I don't know how many people are going to watch it and how much business is going to result to me, right? So the natural flair towards the startups is to go the digital way and link it back to the business, because you know the clicks that you're getting, the CPRs that you're getting, and the money which kind of flow back into your business, right? It's very easy. But as startups become bigger, right, there's only so much of direct marketing that you can do. They eventually has to turn into a brand, because there are two reasons why people trust a product or a service or a solution. One is because they've used it themselves, or second, there's somebody who trusts the brand and recommends it to them. So brand, therefore, it becomes a very, very essential part of building it. But there's always, you know, my experience of working with startup and all of this, there's always a natural tendency towards continue working with medium which gives you business directly. So therefore, higher on the digital and lower on the baseline. But as brands grow, as you raise more money, as there's more valuation and liquidity coming into the startups, I think it's very, very important to keep the eye on building the brand also at a larger level, whether it's through traditional mainline advertising or through influencer endorsements or advocates.
So because both of us are content creators, I have another perspective on this. And I think this will be something that a lot of startups can actually use, is that there are two types of content that are generally produced on the internet. One is content as a business, and the other one is content for a business. Now, both of us, we create content, and through our content, we're able to monetize it. We get brand endorsements, we get ad revenue, and we're able to figure out different sources of revenue. So our content is our business. When it comes to startups, they're using that content to funnel further sales. So their content is for the business. And I think it's very important for every brand, in every startup in today's times, to create content that is meaningful, to create content that reaches out to people. For example, I'm going to talk about one of the most favorite companies I use. It's called Juicy Chemistry. They're based in India, and they make cruelty-free, vegan, completely natural products, and they're EcoCert certified. And what they've done is they've also launched a cosmetics range. So they create a lot of content on their pages showing their products, and they'll also show a lot of different people using those products. And these people won't be jazzy makeup influencers using transitions and doing it in a fancy way. They actually tried something very unique. Rather than trying their foundation on a makeup influencer, they had their own staff try their foundations and then showed a before and after. So that's not somebody who's, uber into the beauty game, but it's a regular person. So for me, it was much more impactful, because I could see, okay, this is a person who's probably not spent that much on skincare, but then still, with their foundation, they can have a much better look. So that worked much better. And that actually helped me go to their website and then buy their products as well. So that's how powerful content as a business, content for your business can be. It's when you actually put out thoughtful pieces on places like Instagram that you can actually get visits for your website. There's another page I follow. It's called Local Nation. I think it's a marketplace for a lot of different brands. And what they do is they have stories of their founders. So of the different founders who list products. So they'll talk about people like there was a 50-year-old marketing executive who finally took the leap and she went to designers in Jaipur and started selling block print organic cotton saris. And that small 90-second reel was quite memorable because we've all seen our mothers sacrifice their dreams, and here somebody was just taking the leap at 50 and starting her own business. So, and with the final click to action is that go to Local Nation and shop for these guys' products. And I was like, that's pretty smart. So they're actually making their sellers and their products, they're giving it a more human face. So they're actually using their content to get people on their website. And once you're on that website, you'll obviously shop for more products. So it's a very smart strategy to pull people in, or at least build brand recall at the same time.
So another international example that I want to give is this YouTube channel called Studio Binder. So Studio Binder has a product that they sell a screenwriting software. So if you are into films, then you might know that there is a screenplay and there is a certain format that you have to follow. So basically Studio Binder has this software that it just ease of use software. You can do it in Microsoft Word as well, but it will remember all the characters that are coming in your scene. It will have those shortcuts and everything. But they have a YouTube channel as well where they target different aspects of a film. For example, they will take a famous film called The Godfather, and then they will discuss The Godfather at length. And they will not plug their product till the very end, because they know that the people who are truly interested in screenwriting are going to click on understanding how to break down a scene in Godfather, a famous movie like Godfather, and then they will stay till the end, and only the people, the 10%, 5% people who are there till the end will end up buying their product. So this is a method called soft selling. They are not hard selling you. They are not telling you that Microsoft Word is not for screenwriting. This is something that we have designed for screenwriting, and this is something that professional screenwriters are using. That would be hard selling. They are soft selling. They are creating content which is shoulder content to the main product that they want to sell. And that's why it just generates a lot of trust within me that, okay, if there is a team which is taking so much effort in creating such authentic content, then their product ought to be good. I'm yet to buy their product, but then if I buy that product, I will 100% be satisfied with that product, because even before buying that product, I am convinced that if these people can create such good content, if there is so much thought behind it, then their product that they are actually charging money for is bound to be good. So the customer satisfaction over there is going to be amazing. So my idea is using digital medium as a shoulder content for your actual product. I want to give another example. This is another Indian company called The Better India. So the Better India has always focused on sharing positive stories about whatever is happening around us. I mean, they have just realized that the media is increasingly getting negative. So they thought, why not share stories about small people who are doing something different, something nice. And their product, they just launched a product a few years ago. It was home cleaners that are naturally made. So they don't advertise a lot on their websites, but they have these subscription models. And when the pandemic hit, a lot of people were trying to be good. They were trying to do something. They were trying to take up new hobbies. And at that time, their business just shot up because they had built a good brand image, and all the people who had signed up for them, it was a perfect fit for them. So that's what worked for them, and that's the sort of marketing that I like. It's not push marketing, that you are not using techniques such as discounts or anything, cashbacks or anything like that, which will definitely give you results in the short term, but in the long term, you will always have to come up with something different. The better way to go about it is build a brand. Just the way when we are buying Apple products, we don't expect them to be cheap. But then we are always excited for them. So how do you become the Apple of your own genre? That's the challenge that all the startups face today.
So, along the same lines, when you were saying, for example, if the content is good and I buy a product, I'll be satisfied. It can also go the other way around, by the way. A brand which has amazing content, you try it and you're disappointed. That is one thing, in fact, which has happened to most of us, that we tried a startup, did not like the product, did not suit my skin, did not suit my type. But how do you balance that out? That, okay, if I focus too much on my content and it's a really amazing content, for me, my product is great. That is why I'm into it. But for the consumer, if it goes other way and they start negatively posting about this, etc., how do you, like, basically navigate through such a situation?
I feel the first step is to just admit the mistake. I mean, if you are a big brand and if you have messed up somewhere and if you know that you are at fault, rather than trying to protect yourself, just admit the mistake. Because we have seen this happening a lot on the internet all the time. An individual is always an underdog. Nobody cares where the truth lies. But the sympathy will always go towards an individual who does not have a big lawyers team backing him to support every claim of his. Even if it is the consumer's mistake, the people will always support the person and not the company. So if you are a huge brand, the first step to reduce the damage that's done is to admit the mistake, try to resolve it at a personal level by hook or by crook, and just be better, because obviously that there is always a balance that every brand has to maintain, that they have to reduce the costs as well, still give qualities. There are lots of checks that are in place. It depends. If you're a food brand, there are a lot of other checks into place as well. So yeah.
So my next question is towards, sorry, you had to add to this. Okay. So about the ethical considerations now in the industry with digital marketing, data privacy, all of these concerns have now started coming in, because now with targeted advertising, you don't know what kind of data is being shared, etc. So what do you think the brands should do, and what are some ethical considerations they should keep in mind while they are collecting data and also using that?
So, data privacy is actually a very, very important space, which is there from a consumer point of view. I think at some point of time, the consumer already knows, right, that the data is that they're actually sharing information, and that information is being used for targeting them for a particular amount of campaigns. It's been spoken about to personalize content to them, and that's all right. The only thing I think the brands have to do is that they have to come out open about it, right? They have to be sure about the fact that they're clear about the fact that consumers are giving them data, and the consumers are aware of the fact that they are, and at the same time they're also sensitive about the fact that the data is not being misused beyond the purpose for which it was given for. So that responsibility honestly lies with the brand, and also the platform that the brand kind of used to support it.
For data privacy, my only thing is that at present, our country doesn't have a data privacy law.
We have to learn from Europe.
So, yeah, we have to learn from Europe and import their GDPR and then do something similar. But a lot of times we have to figure out, I feel like a lot of our data battles tend to finish when it comes to consent. But there is a lot, I am not that scared if my email address gets leaked out. I'd be more worried if my banking details or my address, which I give,
data for that
or my health data, which I give when I'm ordering something, if that comes out. So I think there are a lot of interesting seminars here also on cyber security that are happening. It's a very evolving space, and I think any startup worth their salt should not skimp money when it comes to cyber security, because that's something that's very important.
So now the next question is towards the new trends and new technologies in the marketing field. So how can artificial intelligence and machine learning be leveraged now in the marketing and advertising space, so that, just like we were talking about Lenskart, Myntra, so that they can enhance customization, personalization, or basically any kind of use that they have for that? So how do you think startups should use these emerging technologies like, say, Meta, AI, machine learning? I'll first ask
Right now we are at a very interesting stage where we are just the previous question was about consent. And right now we are talking about artificial intelligence, which is completely against consent. Because if you'll ask me that whether I will be okay with sharing my health data, regardless of the reasons, I will say no, that I don't want to share my health data with any apps. But if there is a certain app which uses my health data for something creative, I never know, I'm never in control how the data is going to use, and whether how they used my data is going to be in my benefit, or whether that's going to act in their benefit to promote their sales. So then right now we are at a very interesting phase where brands have to be more ethical in terms of how they are using it, and more importantly, more transparent about it. But I don't know, personally speaking, if you'll ask me, apart from personalized ads, I don't like sharing data, honestly speaking, and I don't know without that big of a database how artificial intelligence can come into picture.
So,
Vivek, yeah.
slightly different viewpoint. So, of course, Abhi spoke about from a point of view of data collection. I mean, there are also technologies which is helping the whole advertising and branding bit to a different level. When we create content, some of those, I spoke about the fact initially that one of the biggest strength of digital is that it actually lets you be interactive, right? So today, technologies like Metaverse, like Deepfake, like Web 3.0 actually enable the entire content to be delivered in a form which is far more personalized for viewers. Like I'll give you an example. I work for Viacom 18, and for a brand last year, we did a New Year wishes campaign, right? And we used the deepfake technology to kind of work it out, in which we have a show called Big Boss, which is like the Big Brother adaptation in India, and it has a few contestants who are very popular. So we wanted those contestants to be the mouthpiece of people giving these wishes. So if I want to wish a friend, and I want that person to kind of do it, that person can actually, I can go to a microsite, put my name, put that person's name, and there'll be an AI-generated video that will come out of it, in which that protagonist will actually be wishing that person on my behalf. And we did it all at the back of Deepfake. The campaign was a massive hit. We got about 100,000 videos being generated over 3 days of New Year campaign. And it just happened because you wouldn't expect a celebrity to wish you in your person name. So it was just a content innovation that we did at the back of Deepfake. There's tons and tons of that work happening in India right now. There's a lot of metaverse is a buzzword in the country. There are a lot of brands, a lot of innovative experiential events which are happening in metaverse, and all that I feel kind of helps to do the brand building. It's just the start. There's far more Web 3.0. It can be enabled to a different level, but the early signs are very nice, and we started getting there.
I'll just give one more example where this can go wrong. Recently, there was an ad campaign again by a food delivery company by Zomato, where they hired a big Bollywood star called Hrithik Roshan. Like, he looks like this Greek god. And the setting was such that they made him read out a 20-page script in front of a camera, and then the camera recorded how his mouth moves, how his voice sounds after everything. And what they did was they customized this ad based on the location where this ad was getting screened on television. So for example, what happened was, suppose right now we are in Paris and there is a very small boutique shop over here which is there on Zomato. So then they made it come out of Hrithik Roshan's mouth through deepfake technology and through AI. So what happened was, in one case, he said something that was considered as a taboo in that particular region, and it did not come out properly. Now the question remains, who is at fault over here? Because the company obviously did not want the people to know that this is not the actual celebrity talking. This is AI. So the company never disclosed it. So it seemed like Hrithik Roshan is saying something, a celebrity is saying something absolutely nonsense, which might be offensive to a lot of people. So who is to blame? If there is a case to be filed, who is exactly responsible for this offense? Is it the celebrity because he gave his consent knowing that his voice can be used in any fashion? Or is it the company who was not sensitive enough to understand what will be the sensibilities of the people consuming the content? So there are a lot of questions regarding AI right now. We are already talking about robot rights, and then who is to be blamed if a self-driven car has an accident. So there are a lot of questions over here, and of course, I'm excited for the technology, but we have to be really careful. That's what I'm saying.
Sure. So I'll move on to the next question, which is about very close to your space, Niyati. So I'll give it to you. So with the advent of now social media, user-generated content, influencers like we're talking, how can brands effectively navigate the changing landscape of the consumer engagement and like leverage these modes way more effectively?
I think initially when a lot of brands started influencer marketing, they tended to go for a lot of the big names without considering whether their audience was the right fit, what sort of content they were creating. I think brands have become a lot smarter over the past 3 years. So what is important for the brand is to first look at the engagement, because that's you may be able to fake the view counts, but you're not able to fake the comments that you're getting or the likes that you're getting. You can study that over a period of time for whichever content creator you're engaging in. One is that, and the second one is you've got to see what sort of content they're making. For example, I personally I don't use shampoos. I use soap nuts. This tree that comes in India, so I just use that powder and wash my hair. It's what people in my country have been doing for centuries. So I stopped using shampoo from 2019. So I kept getting a lot of queries for shampoo brands saying feature me, but I don't use shampoo. So had I done that integration, it would have bombed for me and for the brand at the same time, because the audience would have been, you said you don't use shampoo. Why are you trying to sell us shampoo? So that's one of the important things that the brand has to remember, that you have to make sure that the product and the audience, there's a fit, and the product and the creator also, there's a fit. So that's one thing that they have to remember. Do you have any points?
I think also just adding on to the same question. Now, for example, I want to reach tier 2 and tier 3. The same influencer that I used for a tier 1 audience might not be like, for example, if the language has to be Marathi or say some local language, regional language basically. How do you adapt to that? Understand what kind of for example, I understand my target audience is in this. How do I find the right influencers? As you said, you don't use shampoo. Probably the brand did not know you don't use shampoo. Did not study it enough.
That's poor research on their part then. That's poor research.
So, a lot of us, for the people who don't live in the country, they actually don't know that India is pretty much like, it's not a country, it's like a countries of countries. We have 22 official languages. You can pretty much compare us to Europe. When you move from north to south to west to eat, the language changes, the way people look, they changes, the food preference changes, their psychographic changes, right? So there is a huge amount of, therefore, if you're talking to a particular region or a particular, there's a huge amount of research that you have to do to understand what works for that subculture, right? It's very, very, very important. What will work for Delhi will not work for Bangalore, because the cultural nuances are very, very different. So influencers have a great part to play. But just coming to the original question, saying that the user-generated content, I just feel that it's a great way that the consumers can come close to a brand, right? And the easiest example in my mind is today that if you are launching a song and you want it to become popular, just do a hook step and just tell everybody to kind of do it and post it on social media. The biggest of the labels are doing it today. You'll have millions of people doing it, and it adds to nothing. It just adds to the song being played a few more times in your... And there are a lot of labels, branded content who are actually happening in the space. So UGC is in that space, but you've got to get the audience right, and you've got to get the influencer right.
So Aviraj, on this point, just asking. So for example, for me, if I see an influencer talking, a lot of time I assume that this will be a sponsored video, etc. So how do I trust that this influencer, whatever he's recommending or she's recommending, is something for me? Might not be, for example, a brand. As a brand, I go to you and I'm like, okay, you please talk about my product. But my only point is, if a user hasn't seen your video before, they'll not understand that you do one kind of videos and you don't do, say, a sponsored video. So for a user, how do you build that trust with the influencer?
I feel the responsibility has to be shared with everybody. I mean, just the way, it's the same as you watching an advertisement on TV. You assume that this is not true. If you see a celebrity using a shampoo, you assume that obviously this celebrity is not using this particular shampoo. She is taking treatments every week. She is going to the spa every particular week, and that is why her hair looks like that. And probably it doesn't even look like that. It's all CGI. So it is built in your brain that whatever celebrities are speaking, it is nonsense. It is something that they are getting paid for. So from the user's perspective, the user will have to get mature enough to understand and, diversify that which content is paid content and which is not. From the content creator's perspective, it is important that we disclose if we are being paid for it. Now, this is something that I find quite common in the Western media, that even if it is somebody as simple as a camera reviewer, then that person will be very upfront about it, that I have not been paid by this particular brand for reviewing this product. When I have received this product, it was under the condition that I have to return it and no money exchange hands. So it is as clear as this. But when you are talking on Instagram, probably it may not be possible. So for creators, we will have to develop a sense of responsibility to make sure that the audience knows that although we do endorse this brand, that does not mean that we are not paid for it. And from the brand's perspective, the brands just need to stop asking, to stop putting hashtag paid promotion check marks and everything. So a lot of brands also particularly ask that this needs to look organic. And just in the garb of looking organic, they are making a lot of creators do something unethical and probably illegal as well, because technically it is illegal not to disclose. Yeah. So the responsibility is shared.
We spoke about building brands, right? Influencers are brands themselves. And I spoke about how people need to trust a brand. Therefore, your followers, if you're an influencer, also need to trust you. And a huge part of that trust comes from you being transparent. Whether you're a brand, whether you're an influencer, if you have people who look up to you for a certain things, you've got to be transparent. I love the fact that Abhi said that, if there's a goof up which happens, the first thing that the brand should say is own up. Because that's all right. To err is absolutely human, right? Because the goof up has already happened. And even if you don't own it, somewhere the users already know about it. And the world has become very short because of digital medium. So it's always good to kind of own it up, course correct it, apologize it, and move on that it never happens. And I'll tell you what, while the world is still very, very small, but for brands that we love, I think we're reasonably forgiving if they acknowledge.
True.
So the last question for you all. Now, how can marketers adapt to growing demand for purpose-driven, socially responsible kind of genre that we have now gotten to? And what role do you think storytelling, brand narrative will play in creating meaningful connections with consumers, driving the brand loyalty in this increasingly crowded market space?
So purpose is a very important pivot in my mind to build a brand, because there's so much amount of clutter which exists, right? So a lot of brands today are moving towards the reason saying, what do they really stand for? I mean, of course, there is a corporate side of building monies and there's a CSR side of giving back to the community. But in all of this, have you built a brand that people kind of associate to a particular virtue? And I'll give you an example. One of the 10 years back startup and today one of the largest unicorn in the country, Byju's, is a edtech organization. They run a business line called, I wouldn't call it business line, they run a strategy line called Education for All, right? In which basically there's an edtech company, they provide education curriculum online. And what they've done is they've tried to make sure saying, if you can't afford it, especially to the tier 3 towns and rural towns of India, we will still deliver it to you, right? Now, one of the biggest challenges that they had was it's content on a device. And when you go to villages which doesn't even have electricity, they can't afford a device at all, right? So they ran this campaign some time back where they said, listen, if you have an old phone, if you have an old iPad, right, drop it at the nearest mall. And they created this kiosk all across the Bangalore saying that just go and drop this entire page. If you don't need it anymore, give it to us because somebody does. And what they did was they picked up those devices, put all the education curriculum, and they made sure that reaches to people, kids who couldn't afford a space, kids who didn't have school facilities in the rural India, they didn't have electricity, right? Now, that when I hear stories like this, right, for me, it's what the brand stands for. The brand stands for education reaching everywhere. Now, if you can afford it, you pay for it. But even if you don't, the purpose of the brand is to make sure that it reaches the hand of any child who, for example, need their education. So in my mind, it's such a distinguishing in all the edtech platforms. Suddenly, Byju's is a warmer brand, right? And that's the purpose which I think, brands kind of highlight to kind of build it up. So I just feel that purpose is a great pivot to build brands. And it's a great, unique mind, positioning that you can do if you lead your brand to a purpose.
At the same time, I feel it's also important that the actions are for the actions and not for offsetting the bad actions. For example, there are a lot of automobile brands that build cycles as well, just to offset their carbon footprint, so that they can say that, okay, we are making 100,000 vehicles every year, and out of them, only 50,000 are polluting vehicles. But who is buying those 50,000 other cycles which cost a bomb? Nobody. So they are just doing it just to offset their impact. So there is a certain level, just the way in environment we have this term called greenwashing. This sort of keeps happening with brands as well. So the brands need to be careful that they are doing it for the action and not for offsetting their other negative actions.
The point I have to make is if a startup or anybody wants to move towards purpose-driven content, they have to remember that purpose-driven content takes a lot of time to get produced, and it takes time for that impact to happen on ground as well. For example, we spoke about this campaign where we're collecting mango seeds from people, we're germinating it, and then we have a target to plant 1 lakh, that's 100,000 mango trees with small and marginal farmers in our state. So that video, it was not sponsored in any case. We are in fact funding part of the tree plantation expenses. So that video kind of went viral. People started sharing it on WhatsApp. A lot of people wanted to join in. But what we saw was a lot of brands calling us and saying, we want to do something just like that. But my point was, doing that campaign has taken time. And just putting out the video does not mean that our job is finished. We're still collecting the seeds, germinating them, making sure that those saplings grow up healthy, and then finally planting them in the farmers' fields. So it's a year-long project. So it's something that's going to require our commitment, both financially and attention-wise, for a year. That's not something that can be replicated in a snap. So that's an important thing that brands or even startups have to remember, that purpose-driven content takes time to happen. It's not as instant as going online and just doing any other random product integration. So that's something that they all have to remember.
And the metrics for a purpose-driven, impact-driven content piece or marketing piece would be very different, I'm sure.
There'll probably be more if you're not really coming out and, be thumping your own chest and saying, look at what I'm doing. If the hero of your purpose-driven content is the cause, then people connect to it. If your cause is very tiny and you are standing very tall in front of your cause, then you overshadow it. So that's an important thing that has to be remembered.
So I had read this line that data is a bird that will sing any song that you want it to sing if you squeeze it hard enough. So then data can be presented in any sort of way. So then, of course, if it's a purpose-driven campaign, then you can present the data in such ways. Like I used to do that for a living. Before I became a content creator, I used to present data for different marketing campaigns in a way that it looks more attractive and it gets them awards. So then I've done that before. So then I know what goes behind the scenes. So that's okay. But as I said, that it should be, if it's purpose-related, then it needs to be purpose-related. Or otherwise, just do what you're doing. The audience is smart enough to realize that this is not genuine. That's all.
Anything to add, Vivek, on this?
No, I think what Abhi was saying is right. When I said purpose, it means it can't be a gimmick, because people can see through. If Byju's would have done the campaign that they did and they have generated some 25,000 people to get the device, that's not good enough. Then it's a marketing campaign. But if it's reached, in fact, they have a mission, for the best of my knowledge, if I can get my number right, that they want to educate about 100 million users in next 5 years, 100 million kids who are not have the access to education in the country. So there's a goal that they're chasing, right? So the moment you do it, you add authenticity, right? And I just feel that it's just not, if you treat it like that, then it becomes a branding, positioning, distinguisher. Otherwise, just a gimmick. And gimmicks don't last long, but positioning does. Positioning really does.
I think I'll want you all to just end with what your take is on how brands can best story tell. If you had one advice on them crafting their story right, what would that be?
So the only advice I have is to really be genuine and treat your customer as, your friend. And I've learned that from the brand I mentioned, Juicy Chemistry, because anytime I had any problem, and if I reached out to them on Instagram, there would always be someone to reply to me and sort out all of my queries. Like I had a bad review for one of their products and their packaging. So I left that review with them and I instantly got a call back telling me that they're going to rectify it. And they sent me a product of my choice from their entire catalog. And the founder didn't even know that their team had done it, because I'm in touch with the founder as well. So that's what I've learned from them, that when you treat your customer as they say like people say customer is king, but a lot of times brands tend to forget it and look at the customer just as someone who is giving you money. All right, the money aspect is one part, but the customer is not going to forget how you as a brand made them feel. Like whenever, if they had any issues, are you listening to feedback? Are you responding to me? Are you just treating me like a customer, or are you taking steps to kind of like be my friend? So those are the things that the brand has to remember, like be more genuine.
My advice would be look less. If you want to tell a story, then look less at data and look at more humans. Because the stories that have been immortal are stories about human emotions. If you can connect to a person at an emotional level, then you will have a deeper impact. If you want to create a deeper impact, you will have to ask questions that go beyond the use cases, beyond the data that you have, and ask a deeper question that what is really the problem that you want to solve? How is this product going to make a difference in a consumer's life? And when you will ask these questions which have more subtext, then you will have those answers. Subtext is everything, because in a 30-second ad, you can only have 4 or 5 lines. How can you communicate your brand's vision if you yourself and every employee of your company is not sure what you stand for? Just making a good product is not enough. When you are telling a story, you have to go beyond that.
So I'd like to close by saying, marketing for startup is challenging for the reason that I told you. There's limited budgets, there are challenges in terms of resources. You're building a category, you're changing consumer behavior. I think the only good start is to make sure, first of all, that you get your media mix right. You start, even if you list resources, you make sure that the stories that you're telling are engaging, like Abhi was saying. Choose the content strategy very well. For new categories, more than salience, it's the impact that you make as a brand. That's why content pretty much works better than just building advertising. And last but not the least, always give a long vision up. You're a startup today, but you'll be unicorn soon. So when you're taking 3 steps towards getting leads, also take that 1 step towards building the brand, because that brand will eventually help you reach where you want this really brand to be. So that's all from my side.
Thank you so much for all your wisdom and insights. And I think the audience has learned a lot from this. I personally have learned a lot. And I thank you all for participating in the session.
Thank you. You've been very kind.
Thank you.
Thank you, so great
everyone.
audience.
Thank you.
We provide free and confidential services such as real estate research or fiscality assistance. And our job is to helping companies to grow in our territory. We've, by the way, helped a lot of different Indian companies within the past 5 years, such as ArcelorMittal, for instance, Infosys, or Larsen & Toubro with their partnerships with ITER, which is a huge action within our territory. Today, Aix-Marseille-Provence is the second largest region in France, and it's home of the second pool of startups in France. We can say that by locating an activity within our territory, you can not only serve the European market, which is not possible anymore in UK, but you can also be in contact with a rich and diversity ecosystem of tech, and you can also establish a base to serve the African market, as Aix-Marseille-Provence is a natural hub between Europe and Africa. What can I say more? Every year we host a big event who has the aim to develop a strong partnership between the ecosystem of Europe and Africa, which is called Emerging Valley. And I think that we have the founder here. Maybe Samir, if you want to say a few words.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador of India in France, who kindly invited us and gave us the opportunity to present what we do and how we can work closer with India. So Emerging Valley is a hub that we have created in Marseille, Aix-Marseille-Provence, to connect startups from Europe and Africa. And this year, we have invited the ambassador and India to participate to make Indian startups more connected with our ecosystem in Marseille and our facilities to invest in the Mediterranean and also in sub-Saharan Africa. So basically, what we target is startups, high-growth startups, incubators, accelerators, co-working spaces, but also investors and startups in health tech, in agri-tech, that are willing to scale in globally and to find a base in Marseille, because Marseille now is attracting a lot of international startups, including Indian, like you mentioned, but also to find partners in their verticals in Africa. And we are very open to Indian ecosystem. I see that there are a lot of startups in the edtech, in industry 4.0, in the Web3, etc. And we give you a rendezvous 28th of November for Emerging Valley Summit. The ambassador of India will be there. We are honored to have India on board for our summit. And it's a great opportunity to connect with startups from Europe, Marseille, and Africa, and the Mediterranean. Thank you very much.
And I just would like to add that we hope that we'll have the chance to have the announcement of the Indian ambassador, who will announce that we will host the second consulate in France, in Marseille, very soon. So I hope that we'll have the chance to have it.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. It was a short snapshot, but we appreciate to deliver this message to you. Thank you.
protocol. I think that was a very inspiring moment to understand how commerce can be interoperable. And after that, we had amazing time with influencers and them telling us how brands have to be already thinking like they will be unicorns and startups have to think like they will be unicorns. We are delighted today now to start our next panel with some wonderful startups from India. We have with us TAN90 Thermal Solutions. Are you here from TAN90 Thermal Solutions? Yes, please come on stage. We have a representative from Digantara or Dijantra. Are you here? If you're here, please sit down. Yes. You can use one of the mics. IG Drones is the representative from IG Drones here. Yeah, please come on stage. We have a representative from Vyoma Motor Private Limited. I think Vyoma is not able to join. Digantara, yes, all right, thank you, perfect. So we have three wonderful startups with us today, and it's really interesting the variety of spaces that each of you are operating on. It's not like yesterday we had medtech and health tech as a common theme. But one thing I can find common in each of your profile is the innovative and unique solution that you bring to the market and to the consumer. And I'm sure that those of you who are still contemplating whether to join this panel, please do join. You might be looking at one of them or maybe more of them becoming unicorns. So good to be here and good to join us for this discussion. So let me start first with Digantara. How do I pronounce it? You know. Just the other side. Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, it's Digantara.
Digantara. Okay.
Digantara, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I stand corrected. Digantara. So, you know, you are doing something very interesting in the space of digital and for the space of the space sector.
Yes.
Because, you know, at that level, it's really important to be efficient and effective because a mistake can be very expensive. And can you unlock for us what exactly you do and how you saw value in space and what was your unique direction to tackle that problem? So over to you. Also give a brief introduction about yourself as you start.
Yes, sure. So just a bit about myself. I head the legal department at Digantara. Digantara is a space situational awareness company. So what we're trying to do is build an end-to-end infrastructure for helping space operators, easing their space operations, and to just give you a very simple analogy, how you have Google Maps on Earth, which sort of helps you navigate through the road traffic, which I'm sure Bangalore is very aware of. What we're trying to do is build a similar space maps platform in outer space.
Wow.
So what we are doing is focusing on the upstream side of things as well as downstream. On the upstream, what we do is create a multimodal data of SSA, where we collect it through a range of different sensors. You have optical telescopes, active and passive radars, satellite laser ranging systems. And once we have that, we process and crunch that data through our own in-house built technology, and then create software solutions which provide solutions for all stakeholders in the space industry. So that's just a snapshot. But what we're really focusing and what our key requirements, I mean, just to give you more background about the space industry itself, right? Space sustainability is such a key topic today in the world because given the increasing commercialization that you have in the space sector itself with more private space actors and the amount of space debris that we have out there, it's very important that you sort of protect your space assets because it's a capital-intensive industry. It's very expensive. And you also sort of protect it against external threats. So on the commercial side of things as well as the defense side of things. Yeah.
Excellent. I think, you know, that's really interesting. At one level, they are making more space in space, you know, trying
Yeah.
to help people understand which space is safe in space and which space is not safe in space. This mapping data collected across multiple sensors, multiple technologically savvy stuff helps future startups in space to navigate and find the right place where they can operate from.
That's right, yeah.
Excellent, you know. So that's nice. I think with that we could understand what Digantara does.
Yes, that's
okay,
right.
I got the pronunciation also right. Anyway, I have the whole panel to get it. So having made space for space and for a startup in space, let's move to our next startup. Just to get an overview, IG Drones. You are doing something really interesting using drones and linking that to SaaS platform and enabling almost an autonomous Autobot level integration of stuff that companies or service providers want to do. So can you unpack for us after introducing yourself in a few minutes? What is that core area of IG Drones? Over to you.
Definitely. So myself, Bodhisattva Sanghapri, founder and CEO IG Drones. So IG Drones is basically an end-to-end enterprise drone solution company. So what I means as an end-to-end enterprise drone solution company, so we design our own drones, then we manufacture our own drones. Then using the drones, we provide solution to the large enterprises, particularly optimizing their day-to-day operations, right from capturing the data on the ground and then processing the data and preparing the right insightful reports for the large enterprises. So I'll give a few examples what exactly in terms of you mentioned about SaaS. So in drone we have a popular concept, it's called DaaS. So similarly the software as a service, it's a drone as a service. So most of the large enterprises we work closely with 300 large enterprises like Adani, JSW, JSPL. Now all of the Indian conglomerates, mostly in the infrastructure and mine segment, we closely work with them. So I'll give you a few examples what exactly we do. So we are continuously monitoring the construction progress work of Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train, very popular bullet train project. So what we do, we actually gather the data from the ground and we track the progress that is happening on the ground, particularly in terms of the constructions. Then we help the National High-Speed Railway Corporation to take the right decision at right time using those data. So another interesting project is like we are also doing a lot of urban mapping, the smart city mapping. So we have almost mapped the entire Haryana, particularly Gurgaon and all urban cities. So with our data, we can actually very accurately estimate what are some illegal areas, so what are some illegal occupants by the people. And the Urban Development Authority, with our data powered by the AI analysis, they are actually taking all these actions and they are just removing all the illegal properties present in Gurgaon and nearby cities. So these are few examples. And we almost work in 12 different verticals, mostly linked to the infrastructure segments. It's not just about drones, it's more about the data. So data will play a very big role. And drone, what we believe, drone will be commoditized in 10 years down the line. And we still believe in bringing more layers of innovation to the drone. In terms of the data or in terms of the communication. So for that we have developed India's first 5G enabled drone. So why 5G in a drone? Because if you know the drones, and there is two big limitations. One is the endurance, the flight time. Another is the flying distance. Because of the radio limitation, drone can actually fly to a certain distance. And also there is some regulatory perspective that also limits the drone flying in a certain distance. But with the introduction of 5G, now our drones can actually fly in a very longer distance. Just by sitting here in Paris, you can actually operate the drone in India. So we have made that possible and just using the existing 5G or the 4G network.
Wow. We'll unpack further. You have said a lot of interesting and heavy stuff. You see, he said three very interesting points. Drones will become a commodity in some years, maybe in 1 decade, maybe less than a decade. And when drones become a commodity, which means everybody will have a drone, it's just like buying sugar, right? I need 10 drones. But then the value proposition of drones will be drones as a service, and you are positioned well there, and your unique positioning is 5G technology, which can increase the ability to control, manipulate, manage drones, and also the distance at which they can operate, which means lower cost for the service that you are providing, which means better efficiency for monitoring, project management, execution. Excellent. We'll come back in the second round as we try to unlock how companies, startups, large oil and gas energy companies can use drones, and how you can help them reduce their operational costs and so on. So thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Nice to know that you've mapped already Gurgaon. I think a lot of people will be interested at least to know where to open the next beer garden, you know, where the traffic is more and where can we open the next restaurant. Anyway, that's just for joke. But on the side, let's move now to completely another solution, which is a 1090 thermal solution. You know, you've done something of a complete innovation, fixing the problem of cooling in the supply chain while reducing cost, increasing efficiency, and I've seen some amazing numbers. So introduce yourself and tell us what 1090 is doing in this space of the cool supply chain.
Sure, thank you. So I'm Somala Mukherjee, and I'm one of the co-founders of 1090. I'm also joined by Mr. Shiv Sharma, who is also the co-founder here. So 1090, we are positioning 1090 as a thermal management company, right? And when we talk about thermal management, it's a big platform, right? It starts from space cooling to cold chain. And we, being in India, India is a country which is largely agrarian, but we lose about 40% of the products in wastage, in transit itself. And the problem here is that the solutions which are available right now are either rudimentary like ice or dry ice, or on the other end of the spectrum you have refrigerated trucks. So both of the things are not suitable for the movement of any of these perishables. What we are right now doing is coming up with a material. So basically we are a material science company, in which we are coming up with a specialized type of a cooling material termed as phase change material.
Phase change material, okay.
PCM in short.
Okay.
And we design PCM at different temperatures,
okay,
which can allow customers to transport their products at a designated temperature. For example, you can transport, and we are actually one of the few companies which does cold chain transportation on trains.
Wow, okay.
In India, and as of present, we move about more than 200 tons of hatching eggs at about 18 degrees centigrade from Bangalore to Gorakhpur, Bangalore to Lucknow, and Bangalore to Guwahati by trains.
Wow, that's amazing. So did you make a separate compartment?
No,
or?
not at all.
Okay.
That's the beauty. You can use as present infrastructure to transport your perishables. You just have to use the cooling material, the passive coolants that you are using. You just line it up along the walls and it is good to go.
Wow. You know, this guy has to be chased after this panel, because I think a lot of hot and arid countries, I'm talking about the Mediterranean. There was the previous speaker here talking about Africa, the Mediterranean. I think all of them would love to have your product. From what I heard initially, you can do this without much power consumption and so on. You're a material science company, but tackling the thermal space where you can regulate temperature. Excellent. So we'll come back for another round of questionings as we go. I'm sure that all of you who are watching us online and those who are here would love to see three different types of company. One is in space, one is making temperature-controlled transit, and one is using drones to manage and create data to improve the impact of drone-based solutions and drone as a service. Now let me go to the next round of questions. I want to ask you, from the drone perspective, how difficult was it for you to actually convince the people in that high-speed train network to even take your service? Because, they have their regular way of planning the project. I don't know what they do normally, but they have the regular way. Why did they come to you, or why did they decide to use your service? Is it because of only cost? I mean, tell me what happened in that process.
Okay, I'll tell you another interesting case study. It was actually not, that much difficult to convince the bullet train guys because they are already coming up with the Japanese technology, and the Japanese are actually following this kind of very advanced digital, mapping and monitoring technology for quite a long time. But I will tell you another case study. So one of the Indian conglomerates, Adani. So we are actually working with Adani very closely, and they were doing with the Adani transmission segment. The transmission actually, that transmit the power from one point to another. So there was a very, very peculiar case study. So when the pandemic hit and there was complete, countrywide lockdown, so Adani faced a very huge challenge. They faced particularly in terms of the manpower. All of their manpowers, they went to the village, back to the village, and Adani somehow need to complete their inspection of large power lines. And Adani is known for its speed in scaling out, speed in growing. So it was a huge challenge, and it was almost like 700 kilometer of long transmission line, and they were supposed to complete that work just within 1 month. And with the manual intervention, they could have actually done just 5 kilometer in a day. So it's a 700 kilometer just within a month. It was impossible. And that time they have realized there is some certain kind of technology that can actually, some part of the globe, maybe in Europe, maybe in USA, they are actually utilizing that technology. And with that, you can actually optimize the solution. And then they reach out to us, and they actually reach out to a couple of drone companies, and somehow others could not actually perform that well, and they approached IG drones, and we are able to actually perform that task. So whatever they are in the transmission line, what they used to do, you need to climb to the entire, big transmission tower, then need to do the inspection manually. It is all manual work. Just by risking their life, the inspector just goes up to the tower and then do all this inspection manually. What we did, we completely replaced that manual inspection with our drone, and the drone is connected to the cloud. Whatever the data we gather from the transmission line just goes up to the cloud, and the cloud, our AI runs on the cloud, and the AI just figure out the defaults, the anomalies, and prepares the report automatically.
Excellent.
So you will be surprised that Adani has a deadline of 30 days, and we were able to complete the entire 700 kilometer of line just within 15 days.
Wow.
And it was the first time in India that we implemented this level of technology in such a large-scale project.
Congratulations. I mean, this is really something interesting. So apart from money, it's also time, it's speed, it's using AI to find out what probably the human eye would miss.
And the risks of life.
And the risk of life.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it's really excellent. I think something completely unique because you reduce the risk to human life, save time, save money. Project management is much faster. Thank you so much for sharing that use case. So for sure, I think there is a lot of opportunity and new use cases for drones. And I'm sure that as India grows and as technology grows, we will have even more and more use cases for drones. Thank you so much. I was hearing the other day that a crop insurance company will use drones and images and AI to figure out how much insurance premium to charge.
We're already doing.
You're already doing. Excellent. So you see, there are multiple use cases. IG drones are the right guys to reach out to on LinkedIn and other channels. If you have something that you are looking where you want to save money, save time, reduce the risk to human beings, and shift from manual to automated, you can use drones. Now let's come back to space. From your point of view, it's a new space, right? On ground we can use Google Map. It's easy. Take left, take right. But in space you can go up, down, round, U-turn. It's all 360 degrees. So as you were doing this, is it easy to find customers who would pay for this service? Just enlighten us a little bit about this sector and, what opportunities lie there in this sector and why you as a company are going after this sector.
Right. So when it comes to external threats, right, when we talk about active space objects that are out there, it's not just debris, it's also collision avoidance maneuvers or CAMs, which is what we do when you sort of have to maneuver, when you receive information about close approaches of other satellites. That's what you need to do. But you need to understand that the accuracy which comes with that prediction isn't at the level that it should be, given the
Currently.
existing,
Okay,
given the existing technology. And given the fact that also this is these assets are extremely expensive and consume a lot of fuel when these maneuvers are conducted, a lot of times the maneuvers go into waste because there wasn't enough of an accurate prediction where there would have been a collision. So collision avoidance maneuvers is one of the ways in which you sort of navigate your way through space assets and through debris. Another thing, what other space sectors are doing is active debris removal, wherein you deploy technologies to sort of deorbit the debris and bring it back to Earth. But what we are doing is to create a more sustainable space environment. If you are launching your space asset out there, you take our instrument, you use our technology and sort of deploy it on your satellite, and you can use it till the end of your mission and help you navigate and predict and get data about the behavior of your satellite as well. So it's sort of a hand-holding in terms of, ensuring sustainable operations right from your launch and early operations till the end of your mission and till the end of, when you want to deorbit. So even in terms of customers that we look at, it's private space satellite operators, it's governments, it's also insurance providers, yet again, because in the space sector, it becomes very important to understand the risks, and the premium that is paid is determined heavily by the data that is generated in this.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, we see this huge enthusiasm in space startups to focus on the work that they have to do. So if there's a space startup using a satellite for weather-related stuff, they are only thinking about that, and they have only those instruments relating to that on the satellite. And somehow they forget that they need something like a GPS to know which path they are on, and that's what you do, where they save their time instead of doing that. Excellent. I think this is really powerful for people to know. Yes, you want to add?
Just to elaborate on that, we also do space weather monitoring. That is also something that we...
True.
Because we want to build value across the entire space chain. So that's sort of also very important, because not only are your space assets affected by assets that are there in the Earth orbit, but also they face threats by solar activity and those sort of instances also.
Excellent. I think so. Basically, if you want to be safe in space, or your satellite has to be safe in space, you know whom to hit up and you know whom to connect. While we do the third round of questions, I'll ask each of them to share their contact and email IDs, and that'll be a good way to establish connection. Back on Earth and, back to moving real things that we can eat and we can drink and we can consume as human beings, and how to keep them safe as they're transiting through the human landscape and through the hot roads and through the, difficult climate conditions. My question is, sometimes when you transit products on road or on ground mobility, there is different types of temperature zones. So how do you manage that? Because it can be too hot, it can be too cold. So is this an automated system that you guys put with material science, and how do you manage it? Does the material behave differently because you have some control system? Do you have some IoT devices? What tech you have as you implement your solution?
Right. So this is a platform technology. So it can be either be used, in its pristine form, or it can be used in conjunction with, as present refrigeration units like air compressor units.
Okay.
So, for example, if you are using mostly in the transport sector, what we are operating right now, our clients are primarily using it in its pristine form. And they are using it for the transportation of ice cream in a normal Tata Ace or a normal Bolero, right?
Okay.
So this is on one side.
And that's what temperature for ice creams, just for?
Minus 18, minus 18 to minus 20.
And they're doing it with just materials, without energy, without compressor?
So you require energy. So what you have to, what we are basically making are thermal batteries. Just like electrical batteries which can store electrical energy, these thermal batteries can store thermal energy.
Wow. Okay.
And you can use them for the transportation of ice cream, maybe with a non-refrigerated or a non or in a place which doesn't have any active refrigeration in place. This is one aspect. The second aspect, you can actually use it in conjunction with the as present compressor units.
Okay.
So for example, everybody today is going gung-ho about ChatGPT, right? And with ChatGPT, people knows that ChatGPT consumes 1.2 billion liters of water every day.
Correct.
Why it is? Because it requires that much amount of cooling energy that is required to keep the servers cool.
Yeah.
What you can actually do, and what we have come up actually with, is a PCM which you can integrate with your HVAC systems, and you can reduce your cooling costs by about 20%.
Oh wow.
Right. So we make ChatGPT less thirsty.
Excellent. So I think the Microsoft guys will be happy to hear about you and connect. So are you already working with some of the data centers as well to cool their temperature, or it's only in the transport?
No, so transporters is something that we are already working with. I mean, we are starting to work in the HVAC and the space cooling segment with one of the major companies in the Middle East.
Okay, excellent. So that's really nice to know. So, we understood what each of them does. We've seen what is their unique value proposition. We've seen how they have positioned themselves at a sweet spot where there is a good possibility to add value to the customer, to help the customer save money, to help the customer get stuff done faster, get stuff done efficiently. So that's, really amazing. Now what I want each of you to do is to think about the future. And one by one, tell me, from the next 3 to 5 years, how far do you see your business scale up, or what do you think will be the kind of demand? Either you can give me a number where you say this is the addressable market size, and that's your target market. And also in terms of valuations and investment, are you open for investment rounds? Because we are live streaming this event, and it will be really interesting if people who are in your area of business, either in mobility, transport, in space, or in drones, would like to invest as an investor and have your company as part of their portfolio, then are you open for investment? And if you're okay to share some numbers, for example, if they have to buy 1% in your company, what would they have to put down as of today or as of the next 1 month, let's say? I know the valuation will keep going up every month, but in that sense, what's your look for the next 3 to 5 years? What's your valuation addressable market size? And what do you think will be a good and fair price that an investor who wants to join you in your mission should contribute so that you can go faster and better? So let's start with, we'll start with you.
Okay, very interesting question. So at IG Drones, we have very clear mandate that whatever we are building, so we are not actually building for the India. Whatever technology we are building for the globe. So definitely our TAM will be like the global market. And recently we are raising our Series A round. It's a 5 million round, and we'll close it in the next 3 months. And in terms of the numbers, currently we are closely working with 200 large enterprises, and just 3 years down the line, we would like to have 200 large enterprises onboarded on the IG Drones platform from all across the globe. And not just to limit it to India or maybe Indian subcontinent, but mostly from the European and USA market. And so we are very, very open for not just for the investment, for any kind of collaboration, any kind of JB or kind of technology sharing in this market.
Excellent. So that's clear. You are the numbers guy. You have all the numbers in your head. You didn't tell the final number, but that's okay. Keep it as a special secret, and you can reveal to the investor. But yes, they are doing their Series A round, and 5 million is what they're looking to raise. They already have a customer base. They have already viable products. They already have traction in the market, and probably the investor can help them scale faster. So thank you so much. I mean, that was really good to know. Now let's come to you. How much space do you have, for growth and for investors?
I think I would, instead of putting it up to figures, I would really explain it in terms of abundance, in terms of value that you create out there. Because even though we have collaborations and interest being seen, especially in Europe as well as India. And because in the next few years, it's already, as you know, space industry is booming by the day, and in this sort of economy, this is just going to gather more traction as we move forward. Even in terms of having space junk out there, this sector, this specific sector on space surveillance is going to generate a lot of interest. And yeah, I think you'll be hearing news from us in the near future.
Okay.
So yeah, just.
So, it's just like elegant woman, there's a lot of interesting stuff, but nobody knows the clear answer. But that's good.
I'm sure
Yeah.
you'll hear news in the near future, like I said.
Okay, good. So yeah, follow their Twitter handle or LinkedIn page, which we will do in the next round, to find out at what level they close their investment and so on. But for sure, it looks like they have space for some investors who are in for the long run, not the short-term investors who want to flip quickly, but those who are committed to the space for growth, especially because more and more satellites are getting launched. It's getting busy in space, and therefore you need those who want to be ahead of the game have to be clear what is their path in space. And so, yeah, I think thank you so much. That's interesting. It's difficult to create a TAM because, it's a new space and nobody knows what's the addressable market.
That's the rationale for my elegant answer.
Correct. Excellent. Thank you so much for that answer. On the next round, we will, take their contact details and, share it online as well. So back to you, my friend. Material science, temperature control. What's your TAM? Have you done the numbers? Have you done the maths? Or can you give us some idea?
Thermal management in India by itself is a $1.6 trillion market.
Wow, in India, $1.6
$1.6
trillion. Wow, okay.
And that encompasses everything from your HVAC cooling to your cold chain transportation.
Okay.
And being in a company which is working in niche areas, we are targeting primarily the low-hanging fruit, which is cold chain right now, but we are slowly moving to where the gold mine actually is, which is basically data center cooling. And keeping on that perspective, we just have closed our pre-series A round, of which, and the total series A round which we are looking about is about $5 million, which we are trying to close in the next 12 months, of which about $1.5 million have already been closed off.
Okay, good. So yeah, there is still a little bit space. 1.5 million is closed, 5 million is the round, 3.5 million is still up for grabs. 1 year is the timeline. People can reach out to you and find out more in terms of your traction. And you're looking at the big market of HVAC and data centers, and then maybe commercial real estate and all of that. It's interesting to see that in India, at least, the commercial real estate and real estate as such is the greatest contributor to greenhouse emission.
Absolutely.
Because of cooling, because it's a hot country, and now we know there's more and more heat waves. So I think you will do a great service from a sustainability perspective. So yes, I think having your company as part of a portfolio for a pension fund which wants to tick the right boxes in terms of sustainability investment is also great. It's also good for banks if they want to allocate money from a climate negative or a net zero perspective. So that's really nice. I think all of you will have that climate perspective based on your use cases. For his, it's clearly visible because of the fact that it's temperature related, and temperature means, the global climate temperature is also rising, and that's the Paris climate goal, and we are in Paris. We have to keep it below that, interesting number of 1.5 degrees. And therefore, anything that can do it will be nice, and material science is good. So now our last round of questions. No, actually not question, it's more like, your advertisement of your contact details. So you can say it in whichever creative way you want, how people can reach you, what is the best way to reach you up. Either you can give a general email or your personal email. So let's start from you.
Definitely. So our website is, full of with pretty much all information, and anybody can actually reach out to our website. Otherwise, the common email is
The website is
www.igdrones.com.
igdrones.com.
And
okay.
our email ID is info@igdrones.com. Anybody can reach out to us. Otherwise, and we are very much active on social media, especially the LinkedIn.
Okay.
And we're very, very open if somebody wants to, send request and take it forward.
What is the full form of IG Drones?
So IG, so it's very interesting. So I, India, and G for Gujarat.
Oh, okay, awesome. Excellent. So India is a country, Gujarat is a state, IG Drones, nice. All right, so info@igdrones.com. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, so we have a LinkedIn page, Digantara, and we like to call ourselves New Age Space Cartographers.
Okay.
Because we're charting, the course of space navigation. But yeah, and our tagline or USP is, we help protect your assets in space so that you can reach for the stars.
Okay, excellent. And so what's the website? www.
Digantara.co.in.
Can you spell that?
D-I-G-A-N.
A-N.
T-A-R-A.
Okay, T-A-R-A without the H, right?
Yes.
All right, digantara.in is...
.in, yes.
.in, okay. Excellent. So digantara.in is the website, and you can look up, you're on LinkedIn and Twitter
Yes,
and so
yes.
on. You can look them up on social media and hit them up if you want to find out their term sheet and investment conditions. Of course, they don't have a TAM because they have space for growth. So that's about it. But you can people can reach out to you. You are in charge of the legal
Yes.
department. Okay.
Yes.
So you will tell people what is the amount to sign for the check. All right. And last to you, can you tell us the website and,
Right. So we are available in all the social media pages. Our website is www.tan90thermal, TAN90, numerical 9 and 0, tan90thermal.com.
Okay. Tan90thermal.com. What is this Tan90? Is there a story?
Right. So Tan90 stands for infinite, right?
Okay. Tan theta, Tan 90.
Right.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
So, and PCM is a platform technology and it can be applied in infinite possibilities, right?
Wow.
So
Okay.
that's the way that we want to create ourselves as a platform, not as a, a solution provider, not as a product provider.
Excellent. You see, we end on a wonderful note, solution provider. And I think all three of them are solution providers. That's the beauty of Indian startups. They're not trying to sell you a piece or a box or a product. They're trying to sell solutions, and solutions that help customers get better, get faster. The customers get richer for sure because they save money if they use Indian startups. And of course, Indian startups are also good for investors if they find the right startups at the right time. And I hope that all of you joining us online also here have heard these three wonderful startups. I'm sure that some of you will reach out to them, and we wish them all the best in their journey. And I'm sure that there is a lot of space for growth for all Indian startups. Thank you very much, and we are signing off from the India stall at VivaTech Paris, day 2, and hope to see you all tomorrow at the startup pitching session. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a selfie together or whatever pictures of